And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater Interim Council meeting for March 11th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. We have an agenda before us, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Cermak, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We have the minutes of item 3.1, the minutes of February 25th, 2025. Any errors or omissions in those meeting minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Gibson, all those in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to the public hearing section, item 4.1 is the public hearing for the bylaw 25/009. I'll call this hearing to order at 9:01 and now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and anyone who is present whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So just before we turn it over for the background report, let's just take a moment to do introductions, please.
Welcome, good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Ward 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Ward 4.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning. Good morning, my name is Britt Walker.
Good morning. So with that, we'll start off with Senior Planner Mr. Bisson to outline the background, please.
Thank you, Ray Swanson. So Stephen and Laurie Walker currently hold title to the Northwest 939-4, which contains 153.81 acres of land. The subject land is mostly designated agricultural and is located approximately 1.5 miles north of the hamlet of Condor. Stephen and Laurie's daughter Brittany has made application on behalf of the landowners to amend the portion of the subject property that was redesignated to Intensive Agriculture District in the summer of 2024. The applicant is proposing to redesignate 24.89 acres of the northwest portion of the quarter section from intensive agriculture to agriculture. Subsequently, the proposal is then to redesignate 24.89 acres of the south central portion of the quarter section from ag to intensive ag. If approved, this will lead to a total of 40 acres of the subject land being designated intensive agricultural, and the remaining 113.81 acres of the quarter would be designated agriculture. Pending the results of the land use amendment, it is the applicant's intent to create separate title to the 40 acres designated intensive ag. The proposed undeveloped 40-acre IA parcel is mostly flat, clear farmland. There is some lower wetland located in the north central portion of the parcel. Access to the proposed IA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-4, adjacent to the west property boundary. Access to the remainder of the The remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from the existing access off Township Road 39-2 adjacent to the north boundary of the quarter section. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow the creation of an intensive ag parcel so that the applicant can purchase a portion of the land from her parents to start a tree farm operation. The proposed 40-acre IA parcel could be developed in 4 phases. A 4.5-acre site located just south of the existing residential parcel will be developed with residence and greenhouses. The greenhouses would be used to start the seedlings. The area furthest south, containing 8 acres, will be planted to trees the first year. A 14-acre site located in the central portion of the proposed parcel would be planted in the second and third year, and the remaining 14 acres in the southeast portion of the proposed parcel would be planted in the fourth and fifth year of operation. More details on the proposed tree farm can be found in the applicant's business proposal that is attached to this package. The balance of the quarter section is described as slightly rolling, moderately treed land. There is a developed subdivision taken out of the west central portion of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter is from Township Road 39-2 adjacent to the north property boundary. And the proposed land use amendment would allow the applicants to start a business operation on a smaller, more affordable portion of land on the family farm. This will provide a more manageable parcel for her to begin to operate the business, while allowing some extended family to purchase the traditional farmland and farm the remainder of the quarter section. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more detail on the proposal, and the applicant is present to speak to the proposal. Moving into planning direction, this is fairly straightforward and similar to the creation of residential parcels. So I'm not going to dwell on anything out of the MDP, but I will just highlight some of the sections out of the land use bylaw. So section 13.4 part 2 of the land use bylaw deals with intensive agriculture district. The general purpose of the district is to accommodate intensive ag operations and land uses on parcels of land less than 32 hectares or 80 acres in size. A tree farm or nursery is listed as a discretionary use in that district. The definition states that intensive ag means agricultural production generally characterized by high inputs of capital, labor, or technologies, usually on smaller parcels of land, but does not include confined feeding operations or cannabis production facilities. Policy considerations: the proposed redesignation is to allow for the 24.89 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter to be redesignated to be traditionally farmed. Secondly, it will allow 24.89 acres in the south central portion of the quarter to be combined together with the existing IA designated lands to be subdivided off as a 40-acre intensive ag parcel. The proposed 40-acre parcel will be used to operate a tree farm. The proposed tree farm allows for more diverse agricultural opportunities. The size of the proposed parcel complies with the intensive ag requirements in the land use bylaw. Legal and physical access can be achieved to the proposed parcel and the remainder. Administration has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel would continue to be used for agricultural purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. Our recommendation: due to the original application being approved within the last year, administration felt that council could rehear this application and consider all 3 readings on the same date, as it really is just a simple adjustment to the area of the quarter section that was originally redesignated to intensive ag. The intent of the application is still the same as the intent of the original bylaw 1195-24, which was approved on July 9th, 2024. Pending the results of the public hearing, it is recommended that council consider granting approval for first, second, unanimous consent for third and third readings to bylaw 25-009. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite council if you have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. It's actually more of a process question. So the end of your thing said that you'd like us to try to do first, second, and third reading, if possible today. My concern is we're now an interim council, we've brought on a new counselor. Can we actually do that? Because I know we had to rehear some of the other applications that we had just heard in December. So this one was several months ago. Can we actually do what administration is recommending? Because we couldn't with applications we had just heard in December.
So the previous application that was approved, 1195-24, that was approved. And so the land was redesignated. This is a whole new application. Essentially just due to the time period that this came in, we felt that it could be, because it's really a simple boundary adjustment, we felt that it could be heard all at one hearing. So essentially council has to look at this as a whole new application. And because it is new, it's up to council whether they would like to hear it as all in one day, or if they would like a separate day for one of the hearings.
Yes,
Supplementary? No, I don't disagree. I actually love the cutting of of some of the red tape and all of the added steps. I just didn't know if we could, because we couldn't with some of the applications in December. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Bisson, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, there was. TELUS Communications had no objections. Fortis had no concerns. Clearwater County Public Works Operations, both approaches meet county standards. Public Works Infrastructure, no objection. Assessment, had no concerns. Alberta Health Services, they did send in the proposed intensive ag activity is a tree farm with a residential dwelling. We do not anticipate any negative health impacts from the proposed use. However, permitted uses under the land use bylaw for intensive ag may not be compatible with other adjacent land uses. They did include their standard setbacks, their recommended setbacks in their comments. At this time, we have no objection to the approval of this application. If you have any questions, the applicant is advised to contact Alberta Health Services. And then finally, the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on February 18, 2025. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 30-24. MPC provided the following reasons for their decision. It is a simple land swap. It's size for size. It does not impact neighbors and does not affect the business plan that was outlined. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, I will now invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request and respond to any agency comments. Go ahead. Ms.
Thank you. So the first location was majorly overlooked by the farmers who are currently farming it. They would prefer that it to be in the second proposal, as it disrupts their crops less. So in the first one, it cuts off like 3/4 of their crop and leaves like a quarter, or I guess like a third left for them to work with there. Whereas this one is just less disruptive for them, and it creates more efficiency for them moving between the areas on the quarter. And they would be the ones that are potentially buying the remainder. And so I wanted to try and accommodate them as they are family. And it's nice to have it kept in the family.
All right, thank you. I would like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor were received.
All right, I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, Mr. Bissell, are they written submissions opposing the request?
No written submissions in opposition to the proposal were received.
Thank you. And now at this time, before I close the hearing, I would now invite you to say any final remarks that you would like to council to hear.
That's everything, thank you.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I will close the hearing at 9:15, and no motions will be entertained at this time. So we'll move on now to item 5.1. It is consideration of first, second, third readings of bylaw 25/009, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Bisson, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. The purpose of bylaw 25-009 is to amend the portion of the Northwest 939-4 west of the 5th that was redesignated to intensive agriculture district in the summer of 2024. The applicant is proposing to redesignate 24.89 acres in the northwest portion of the quarter from intensive ag to agriculture district. Subsequently, the proposal is then to redesignate 24.89 acres in the south central portion of the quarter section from ag to intensive ag. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create an undeveloped 40-acre intensive ag parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details on this application. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were received from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant first, second, unanimous consent for third, and third readings to bylaw 25-009. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. So this council has been tasked to look at this for first, second, possibly third reading today. Are there any questions, or I will look for a motion for first reading? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, this does seem a very straightforward just shifting of properties for convenience, so I will happily make the motion to grant first reading to application 30/24 to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you for the motion. Are there any discussion, questions on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
All right, good morning. Just so I have this clear, so the portion of on the north there, that would, the 24.89 acres that's intensive ag that would be going back to agriculture, would that be going back into the balance of the quarter?
That's correct.
Okay. And another question, just is there a development permit that would be required for, and is that obtained and all that stuff?
As part of the subdivision process, once they apply for subdivision, a development permit would be required.
Okay. Is there any current intensive ag activity there currently? Okay.
I'll turn that over to you.
Just on the acreage portion, but not on the actual quarter. The quarter was currently being farmed entirely by the immediate family.
Okay. Is there any process or anything that, like, for this application to ensure that this intensive ag is, like, this application is going to move forward, or?
I would suggest that the development permit is one of the ways that this application to show the applicant's seriousness of proceeding with the intensive ag operation on the site.
Right, it is pretty simple to get a development permit, but there's no documentation or really any enforcement to make sure that this business was to move forward. It could just be would be roughly a 40-acre acreage. If it could be zoned back from, it could be approved today as from agriculture to intensive ag, and then in the future it could be brought back from rezoned from intensive ag and back to ag, and then you'd have a 40-acre acreage.
That is potentially something that could happen, but I think we have to take the applicant's word in this situation as to what she's applying for.
If I could ask one more question.
Sure.
Okay, do you have any statistics on other applications that have historically come through that have been rezoned and how successful those businesses have been?
Off the top of my head, I do know that I do know of one that that was redesignated for a fish farm operation, and I know that landowner is working towards to getting his fish farm operation. I know he's gone through the provincial approvals and he's had to pay for wetland reclamation. That's the one that I've dealt with. I know there's been a couple other ones, but I'm not that familiar with those, Councillor Northcott.
No, there's quite a few land use amendments that come through. I was just wondering how many actually, businesses actually start up. So, thanks.
Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
If you want as well, you can see I have bills and statements of incoming tree orders coming in, and also the work that I'm doing with Farm Credit for financing new machinery and equipment, like for this particular project.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was included in your business plan. Thank you very much for that disclosure. All right, so a motion on the floor for first reading. Okay, Councillor Cermak.
The question I have, and it just came up this morning, a 40-acre tree farm would take a lot of water. Where's your water source coming from for irrigation on these trees? I mean, if you're doing a spruce tree, they take huge amounts of water. Is that part of the development too, that we have a lot of water use in the development permit?
Yes, I believe so. And there's also, we're drilling another well for it, and there's also lowland as well. There's some wetland of natural water source that we're able to utilize.
So that won't have an effect on the adjacent farmers for the use of that water?
If that is something that the council or the Municipal Planning Commission had a concern for, it is a study that could be requested by council, that a water supply study be prepared.
Yeah.
And submitted.
Please, I would like that, because trees take a lot of water. And I certainly don't want to affect the rest of the area around it.
It's funny because when the settlers came, it was all trees and they cleared them all, so.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I think it's great that there's going to be a tree farm there. I just want to make sure that there's water for all the rest of the people in the area.
Excellent. Okay, so there's a motion for a first reading. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for second reading here today. I supported it the first time. I love the diversification of agriculture within our community. I think that's a really important part of agriculture, is having diversity. And moreover, I really value that you're looking at the best use of the land. So seeing that it fits better moving to the east. I really appreciate you looking at that. And I've actually had the opportunity with Municipal Planning Commission to tour this property. And I would agree that I think that it would be a better fit going more to the east. It's more rolling, and the flatter the better for some of those crops. So leaving that open for the crops in the north, I think, is a better decision. So I would happily support second reading today.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I didn't push my button, but
Oh.
I did have a comment, so that's worked out all right. Because it's not creating another parcel, it's actually just changing the shape of an existing parcel, really, is all that this is doing.
So currently there is no intensive ag parcel created there. That is one full quarter section. But the intent is to take off 40 acres to be an intensive ag parcel. That subdivision would take place after the land use amendment is approved.
Right, but there was already 24.89 acres that was zoned from agriculture to intensive ag. It just went
Yes,
south along
yeah,
the
it's
border.
a
And now it's
swap.
going to the, it'll be basically just a square.
Yeah.
Councillor Rockcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Do you plan to build a residence on this property?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or on this parcel or the other one that's marked off in the
would be in-
green crosshatch?
It would be in the it would be in the green area, like the office, a residence, and like a shop as well.
Okay, thank you.
Motion on the floor for second reading. See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Now looking for permission to go to third reading. Looking for a motion to proceed for, thank you, Councillor Loughy.
I would make that motion.
Okay. Permission for third. Any other comments, questions? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I will happily make the motion for third reading.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I have to say, commend you for your tenacity to pursue this. I really appreciate the fact that we're seeing some diversity and it's part of your passion. I read your business package and I think it's fantastic, so, yeah. All right, I'll call the third reading. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Thank you very much for coming today, and we look forward to maybe there'll be an egg tour at your future tree farm.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
You betcha. Thank you. So with that, we're about 2 minutes ahead of our next public hearing. But I see the people are ready. Could we start, Councillor, or sorry, could we start 2 minutes early? CO Emmons, or should we? No, okay. All right, maybe we'll just take a quick 5-minute break. And welcome back. We're at item 4.2. It's the 9:30 public hearing for bylaw 25/010. And I will call this public hearing to order at 9:30 a.m. I'm going to be reading this three more times, guys. So outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it's told their turn, will identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a member or presenter of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. Cell phones will be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be then read out. Anyone who is present, whom is in favor of the application, will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The last word will be to the applicant and respond to any issues previously raised. We'll take a moment right now to do introductions once again, please.
Good to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, the Ward 1 counselor. I'm gonna get it right one day.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Ward 6.
Hello, Division 7 Councillor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good
I
morning,
did.
Jordan Northcutt, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor. See,
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, counselor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, I'm Patricia Alexander.
Fantastic. So to start off, Mr. Bisson will outline the background of the application for us, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Evelyn Herringer, along with Patrick and Patricia Alexander, currently hold title to the Northeast 22-41-5 west of the 5th, containing 149.79 acres. The subject land is located 17.5 kilometers north of the hamlet of Leslieville. Patricia Alexander has made application on behalf of all of the landowners to redesignate 6.3 acres located in the west central portion of the quarter section from ag to country residence agricultural. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with subdivision process to create separate title to the 6.3 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 6.3 acre CRA parcel is described as being relatively flat with 2 separate levels. The first level encompasses a significant portion of the proposed parcel from the existing driveway to the north, containing a residence, 3 ancillary buildings, and the second level to the south of the driveway contains a garden, ancillary building, duck pond, and sewage lagoon. The applicants have indicated that the existing services include water well and sewage lagoon. There is a shelter belt located along the north side of the proposed parcel. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from the existing access off of Highway 761, adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is mostly rolling, mostly cleared farmland. The northeast and east central portion of the quarter section is heavily treed land. There is developed subdivision taken out of the north central portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from the existing access off Highway 761, adjacent to the west property boundary, and Township Road 41-4, adjacent to the north property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the developed yard site. This will allow the applicants, Patrick and Patricia, to continue farming the remainder of the quarter section while assisting Evelyn with some estate planning. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more details on the proposed development, and the applicant is present to speak to the proposal. I'm not going to go through the municipal development plan. I know you guys have done a number of these residential subdivisions, so if it's all right with council, I'll skip ahead right into policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 6.3 acre CRA parcel in the west central portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel exists. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel would continue to be used for residential use. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter and would align with policy 10.2.2. At the regular council meeting held on January 28, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-010. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25-010. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this time, I'll open the floor for any questions from council to the development officer. Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, the exercise, the 6.3, it's bigger than the 5 that we normally would. That's to accommodate all the services, and they'll be within regulations with this outline.
That is correct. However, the maximum size for a developed site is actually 7 acres, so they are under the maximum size that they're allowed. But it does encompass all of the services legally that the applicants would like to include with that parcel.
So the lagoon and everything will be fine on that. They don't need to go to the 7 acres then.
That's correct. Yeah, the lagoon fits within that within the setbacks.
Yeah, I just needed that clear. Thanks.
Councillor Northcott?
It says on this one page, it says the applicants are proposing to amend land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the developed yard site. This will allow the applicants to continue farming the remainder of the quarter section. I'm just wondering, if it wasn't subdivided off, would you still be able to farm it that way? Or just like, I don't understand why if it wasn't subdivided, you could still farm it, right? I was just wondering why that was put in there.
Just speaking to Councillor Northcott's question there, I believe it's the landowners currently reside on a different parcel of land in the area, and they're just looking at this from the farmland. And Evelyn is Pat's mom, and no longer, she's looking at doing the estate planning on it, and they're looking at taking over the farmland.
Right, no, just the principle of it, right? Because it says this will allow the applicants to continue farming, but you could farm it whether it was subdivided or not, the balance of the quarter, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now I'll invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your light no? Okay, I thought I had a blink. Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, TELUS Communications had no objection. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objection. However, they did note that they are in the member-owned not-for-profit distribution wire service provider in the area. Fortis Alberta had no concerns. Please contact them for any electrical services. Public Works Operations, the existing approaches meet county standards. Public Works Infrastructure, no objection. Public Works Infrastructure requests that 5.18 meter road widening caveat be applied to both the north and east property boundaries of the quarter section. Clearwater County Assessment Department, if approved, the Assessment Department would like to advise the applicants that the assessment of the subdivision will change from farmland to residential. From residential to farmland to only residential, and on the land and improvements. Alberta Transportation sent in their comments. Their primary concern is protecting the safe and effective operation of provincial highway infrastructure and planning for the future needs of the highway network in proximity to the proposed land use amendment. Number one, the department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the ALSA plan, if applicable. The department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by the developments approved on the local road and connections to the highway system. Any yard lightings in the area any yard lighting, area lighting, or other lighting that are considered distracting to the motoring public or create traffic hazards are not permitted. Transportation and Economic Corridors accepts no responsibility for noise impacts or other impacts for highway traffic upon any development or occupants thereof. The requirements of Section 18 of the regulation are not met. The department anticipates minimal impact on the highway from this proposal. Pursuant to Section 20-1 of the regulation, Transportation and Economic Corridors grants approval for the subdivision authority to vary the requirements of Section 18 of the regulation. The requirements of Section 19 of the regulation are not met, and the department would exempt service road dedication due to the low traffic impact of Highway 761 and the 3-digit highway status. Transportation and Economic Corridors grants approval for the subdivision authority to vary requirements of Section 19 of the regulation. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on February 18, 2025. MPC recommends Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application 01-25. MPC provided the following reasons for their decision. It fits within policy, it's a developed site, and it's under the maximum 7-acre size requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. So at this time, I can now invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request and respond to any of the agency comments, please.
Thank you. Dustin did a pretty good job of saying what we had to say, but I would like to do my best to address your concerns, Mr. Norcott, and explain why it is we want to do this. This 6.3 family farm subdivision that we're asking for belonged to my parents for about 63 years, and the land belonged to my grandfather for quite a few years prior to that. Like, we're creeping up on about 100 years that land has been in the family. Now, Patrick and I have been farming that land for about 48 years. And in 2012, we bought into that so that eventually she could move to Rimbey, which is where she's at now, and she's 91. So our dilemma has been, what are we going to do with this farmyard? Because we have our own established farmyard. Our 4 kids each have their own established farmyards, and nobody is really interested in taking over this farmyard. However, we are still incurring the utility costs and the costs that it takes to keep this farmyard intact. And so I only have one sibling, and my brother sold his house very recently, and so I approached him and asked him if he would be interested in taking over the farmyard, because he was relocating anyway, and he was like, heck yeah. And I said, well, I will see what we can do about turning this over to you. So that is the reason that we're here, to try and subdivide that off so that he can come back to his roots and call it his place. My mother would be extremely happy to know that both her kids have a piece of their farming operation. We've all agreed that due to the way land prices have increased, that if we do this subdivision off this quarter, it would make her very happy and feel more comfortable that her estate is more fairly divided. I would like to make it clear, though, that we are not asking for the subdivision to turn around for resale and financial gain. It is a chance for a family member to return to his roots and call it his home. And he does have kids too that he hopes to pass it down to at one point in time. So that's our reason for wanting to go this route.
Thank you for that explanation. All right, so I will now invite anyone any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor were received.
Thank you. Now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
None were received.
Okay, so at this time, I will ask the applicant if she has any final remarks.
Well, we'd just be very pleased if you would okay it.
Okay, very good. Councillor Northcott?
Thank you very much. Just a question for the applicant. On the subdivision, the acreage that's subdivided off on the north side of the quarter, was that subdivided off as a bare acreage when it was subdivided? Because if I was to go back historically, I think the first parcel off was sort of meant for this exact situation, you know, to be able to subdivide off maybe an existing or developed yard site, but maybe not, you know, that's, I think, historically what it was for, was to have that first parcel off to allow for this exact sort of situation, but it was subdivided off as a bare acreage, you know.
Well, years ago when that was first taken off, I mean, a lot of things were different back then. And things have changed considerably since then, so this is why now we're asking for this subdivision off from my brother.
Okay. All right, so seeing no other further lights, I will now close the hearing, and it is 9:47. No motions will be entertained at this time. We will move on into the consideration for second and third readings for item bylaw 25/10, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Bisson, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25-010 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 6.3 acres of the northeast 2241-5 from the agriculture district to country residence agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with subdivision, with the subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create a developed 6.3 acre CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details. At the regular council meeting held on January 28th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-010. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25-010. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're looking at motioning for second and third readings. Looking for a motion for second reading or further comments or questions. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion for second reading. I thank you very much for your background on this. I appreciate it, and I'm hopeful that your family can continue to farm the way that they've loved to do so for so many years.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Sorry. It was your brother that was possibly going to live on that in the existing, whether it was subdivided or not, would he be able to live there? Would it still be a livable house and stuff, whether it was subdivided one way or not, and still continue to farm, even if it was to be subdivided or not?
But then we're still responsible for everything that's on there because our name is on title. That's the reason for wanting to subdivide it off, because then that gives him the responsibility of that chunk of property, and then he's free to do with it as he wants. Like, he'd like to do some renovations to the house, and he'd like to change the yard a little bit. And if he just lives there and it's still under our title, we don't feel that, like, we don't want to put extra money into that, but he does. So where do you draw the line? It just would make it far simpler if that was his chunk and he's on title and he can do what he wants with it, and we can do what we want with the rest of the land.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion for second reading on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I'll call a question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion for a third reading. Councillor Cermak,
I would like to make a motion for third reading.
thank you for the motion.
Great acreage to be subdivided.
I just have a quick question. How many generations of farmers in your family? Or could be?
Okay, how many could be?
Yeah.
Well, we've got kids that are already starting to take over, and they have kids, so, and there was a generation before us, so it could be heading on for 5.
It's to be congratulated. So whenever you can keep everything in operation, so yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, so third reading's on the floor. I will call, Councillor Cermak, or Councillor Northcott, sorry.
No, I'm just following the survey results and the public hearings and everything that followed the development of the 2023 Municipal Development Plan. So that's why I'm just voting. That showed the large majority of residents didn't support the third title out of a quarter section of land. So that's the reasoning for my vote.
Difficulty hearing you, but.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just let that closer. The reason I'm voting, my vote is supporting the survey results that by the public for the development of the 2023 Municipal Development Plan. It was 78% of residents didn't desire to have that third title per quarter section, so that's the reason for my vote.
So, but the application today in front of us is a separate decision than the MDP. So today we're going to look at this application on its own. So third reading, motion is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Best of luck and continuing on. You bet. Thank you for coming in. You bet. So now we're going to move into the next public hearing, which is for Bylaw 25/12. I'll just give them a moment to have a seat and get settled. All right, so I will call this public hearing to order at 9:53. I'll outline the process. Anyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they're going to be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. Cell phones to be turned off or on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Submissions received from the other agencies will be read out. Anyone present who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested for anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we start, let's do a quick round of introductions, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Ward Vision 3.
Good morning, Brian Sermon, Counselor for Ward 6.
Good morning. Ward 7 Councillor and Reeve, please. Michelle.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, good to see you again. Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Marie Damian Lysak.
Thank you. So now I'd like to ask Mr. Conley to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Marie currently holds title to Southwest 1339 of 6, containing 153 acres, located approximately 2 miles northwest of Alhambra and half a mile west of the Beaver Flats Road. The application before council today is to redesignate 9.96 acres from the Agriculture District to the Country Residence Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant intends to proceed with a subdivision application 21/3728 to create separate title. The proposal would be considered the third title out. The proposal is a developed site complete with a residence, barn, and ancillary building. The proposal is serviced by an approved septic field and water well. Land is described by the applicant as flat, lower quality farmland. Legal and physical access can be achieved off Township Road 39-2, which dead ends at the southeast corner of the quarter section. The purpose of the CRA district is to accommodate and regulate traditional CRA country residential agriculture parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. The larger request for the size is to accommodate all structures and services within the existing farmstead, as well as the driveway and a pocket of pasture land between the driveway and the east property boundary. The redesignation is to allow for a future subdivision for estate planning. Access will be achieved by a joint approach to access the quarter section and the proposed parcel. Alternatively, council could request a panhandle access as per MDP 10.2.6 along the east property boundary of the quarter section, not to sever any land from the balance. This would reduce the proposed size. Should that be the case, legal access would be achieved and physical access could continue to utilize the existing driveway. It is not anticipated that this proposal would negatively impact surrounding agricultural operations, as the land is currently being used for residential and agricultural purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now ask the council if you have any questions for the development officer. Seeing none. I'll now ask Mr. Conley if you have any comments received from referral agencies.
Referral sent. Blue Mountain Power Co-op stated that the overhead power line on the property will only be servicing the proposed subdivision. The existing parcel will require a utility right-of-way. As such, Blue Mountain Power Co-op requires a utility right-of-way from the owner for the existing parcel. Clearwater County Assessment noted that if approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential. Public Works Infrastructure has no objection. However, they would like to request a 5.18 meter road widening caveat be applied to the south and west boundaries of the subject property. Public Works Operations has no objections. The existing approach meets county standards and upgrades are not required. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and toured the proposal on February 18th. The Commission is recommending that Council favorably consider granting second and third readings to Bylaw 25/012 with an amendment to the size by bringing the north boundary to the south to leave the undeveloped land with the balance of the quarter section, and moving the west boundary so that it follows the existing driveway. And there was no comments received from adjacent landowners. farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or to respond to any agency comments.
My husband has some health problems, so we thought we needed to get some things sorted out. And this is one of our, I guess it's called estate planning. But I know how fast things can go south, and I know that at that time, it's not the time to make these decisions. So I don't want to get emotional. Gee, I told you that. But anyway, so I just want to be able to continue doing what we're doing. But if it has to be sold, or there's another farm site, an old farm site over on the 100 and, the other acreage part. And that's where I would be thinking of putting up and continuing farming for myself, if that's the way it worked out.
Okay, thank you. I'll now invite anyone, member of the public, wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Now I'll invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the request. Again, seeing none, I'll ask Mr. Conley, any written submissions opposing the request received?
No comments were received.
Thank you. So at this time, if there's any final remarks that you would like to present, the floor is yours. I have a question for you. The way is it lowland? Is that why we're going in that triangular? Is it lowland that's bordering the west side of the, I guess, towards the road? I see, is it trees? Is it swampy land? Is that what that is? Low willows?
It's good for feeding in the winter, but right now there's water in it and stuff too, right? Because there's the runoff, the spring runoff and stuff, so that it's actually better for the animals to be brought back to the other side anyway, because it's got the hill and stuff at the back, and that's where the old corral used to be and the water well was at one time. So, I didn't realize that was there when we put the house and stuff up. So I had this property for 20 years now, and this is the house that I had all 3 quarters at the time. I bought them from Cubics. But anyway, that's why I wanted to be able to keep doing the farming end of things and just working part-time. I volunteer with Friends of Eastern Slopes and things like that with the horses and ride and train. But that's why I'd like to keep doing what I'm doing, but the house is actually 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. And if it ended up where my daughter with her 2 kids took it over as part of the, if we had to go that way, that's the way we would do it. We would, look at it like that. But I don't want to, right now, I guess the idea is that have the options to set it up so that it's done and not in a panic.
Nope, thank you very much. Any other closing comments that you would like to, before I close the hearing, speak to? No? All right, I will close the hearing at 10:03. No motions will be entertained at this time. Quickly moving on to item 5.3, and that's consideration of second and third readings. Go ahead, Mr. Dawson, or Mr. Conley.
The purpose of bylaw number 25/012 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714/01 to redesignate approximately 9.96 acres within Southwest 1339 of 6. The redesignation will be from the Agricultural District to the CRA District. Please refer to the documents attached to the public hearing council item for further details on this application. Staff is recommending that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 25/012 for land use amendment 0325. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now look for a motion for second reading or any more questions for the applicant. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I originally had concerns with the size of this acreage, but when MPC went to tour, it's that water channel there to the east floods into that area, the drainage channel, so this configuration is the most appropriate, I think. And I will make the motion for second reading of bylaw 25/012.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Northcott?
Just a question regarding the acreage that's in the northwest corner of the quarter, sorry. Was that originally subdivided off as a bare acreage?
No, that had start of a house on it at one time, at that time. Well, it was subdivided off, man, it was subdivided off years ago. Maybe there wasn't anything on it when it was first subdivided off, actually. That's right, too. It was 300 by 1,000, and that was where my daughter and her husband were gonna live, because they were moving from Eckville. And then they chose to move to Rimbey instead. So, yeah, it was actually empty when it was first subdivided.
Okay,
That was a long time ago.
thank you.
So motion on the floor for second reading. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for third reading. At the end of the day, I am pro the landowner being able to determine what is right for their land and their farm, and what works best for them. I believe that's your property right. And this has minimal impact to the neighbors as it's already existing, so I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you. All right, any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Northcott?
Just on Councillor Melhav's comment there, property rights, but I know Clearwater County has bylaws and rules and regulations for lots of other things that don't have, like cans, the number of dogs, dark sky, bylaws. There's lots of rules. So I'm just wondering, you know, to put it in comparison, right? So.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. For sure, and that's why I'm hoping that the rewrite of the land use bylaw actually will get us back to the individual's ability to live on the land the way that they intend without negatively impacting the neighbor's property rights, because I think that's where the line needs to happen. But I truly think we need to remove a lot of those rules and let people live on the land the way that they want to. It's their land.
Thank you. All right, so motion on the floor for third reading. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in today, and good luck. All right, we're a little bit ahead of schedule for the next public hearing. We're going to take a 7-minute break. Welcome back from our quick break. We are now at item 4.4 on our agenda in regards to public hearing for bylaw 25/008. I'll call the public hearing meeting to order at 10:19 and now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves or organization and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they're going to be limited by the chair. A presenter or a member of the audience, if a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. We ask that cell phones are turned off or on silent. Breaks within the hearing are called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Let's take a moment to do introductions to start it off.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the counselor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Ward 6.
Hello, Ward 7, Councillor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Ward 5 Councillor Neil Radcliffe.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager Planning.
Good morning, Tammy McLaren, applicant and landowner.
Good morning, Tylee Hepler, applicant.
Thank you. So now I'll ask Ms. Gillum, Planning Manager Planning, to outline the background, please.
Thank you. Okay. So Robin and Tammy McLaren currently hold title to part of the Southwest 2834-5 containing 37.27 acres. The subject land is designated in the Agriculture District. The subject property is located approximately 17 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicant, Tylee, has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 5 acres of the land located in the northwest portion of the subject property from the Agriculture District to the CRA District. And then the remaining 32.27 acres would be in the Agriculture District. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment and draft outline plan, the applicant will proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to the CRA parcel. The resolution to adopt the outline plan will be considered after the public hearing is held for bylaw 25/008 and prior to the consideration of second and third reading. The proposed area for redesignation is relatively flat land. The site is developed with a house and ancillary buildings. Access exists off Highway 22, which lies adjacent to the west boundary of the subject lands. There are 3 pipelines that run through the proposed parcel diagonally that are owned by TACA. A survey sketch was done in 2010 that indicates the house is located to the north of the pipeline right-of-ways. And also TACA recently marked the pipeline so you could identify it in the pictures where their stakes were. So the 37-acre parcel was created in 1980. It was approved in 1978 on appeal by the Alberta Planning Board for the larger parcel. Administration reviewed the development file and appears that the residence was approved on the subject parcel in 1983 as a second residence and then later removed, possibly in 1989. The manufactured home that is located on the proposed parcel was approved as a second residence for a bona fide need in 1994 by the Development Appeal Board at the time. The property has changed ownership since then, and there's an additional note in the file from 2010 that says the landowner was advised at the time that the residence has been located there for some time and no complaints have been received, that the residents could stay without the requirement for further development approval as long as no changes were made. So the remainder of the subject lands has a residence located in the south central portion of the property. Access exists for that part, Alpha 587. and the remaining land sloped down towards the tributary to the east of the proposed parcel. There is a parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter that's a C of T, and it was previously owned by the James River Co-op and now is used commercially. And then the remainder of the quarter section is agriculture, and there's a residence in the southeast corner which also accesses off of 587. So the applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to accommodate the subdivision and development of an additional residential parcel. As per Clearwater County's policy, the applicant has provided a draft outline plan for council to review. The draft outline plan addresses the description of the lands in the proposed parcel, relevant Clearwater County policies, site photos, well and pipeline information, and title information. So surrounding land uses are mostly ag, with a few residential parcels and 2 industrial parcels. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is here to speak to the application as well. And I've included a number of policies within the council item, but I'm going to go to the policy considerations here. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the creation of 1 CRA parcel. There's legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. The quality of the land to be redesignated as shown on the farmland assessment map is considered to be lower quality. Staff do not anticipate the proposal would negatively impact adjacent farming activities in the area, as the proposed parcel is an existing yard site. The proposed parcel is set back from the ravine and tributary located on the remainder of the land. The applicant has provided an outline plan to support the land use amendment application as required by MDP policy 10.2.7. As per MDP policy 6.8.2b, the proposed subdivision is within 1 mile of provincial highway as it accesses onto directly provincial highway. The proposed subdivision is not located within a half mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area or any known potential area. So Clearwater County may require the applicant to have prepared and submitted by a qualified professional. A variety of studies could be, including a wastewater servicing study or a stormwater management plan, should council wish. And I just included the process that we have suggested to follow for the approval of an outline plan and any additional parcels. And that's it for me for now. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. So now I'll ask if council has any questions for Ms. Gillum. Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have any standard policy or procedure that we use for developing outline plans for Clearwater County, or that we have expectations for building an outline plan?
But we don't have any standard, like some municipalities, like say the city of Calgary or something like that, on their pages you can go and they'll like list certain things they expect to see within an outline plan for studies and intent of growth, but obviously generally those are for like an urban center type thing. With us, it's just the MDP and listing the possibility of certain types of studies, and it really just is up to council to determine what they feel is necessary within those lists of studies, depending on what the applicant is proposing and the location of the parcel, and whether you feel like flooding could be an issue or something of that nature. So yeah, it's just the MDP lists a variety of things that can be considered, but there's no specific requirements for what it actually needs to include.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the things, because I've been digging into outline plans in different rural communities is throughout the province in preparation for this item. One of the things that always comes up is public consultation for an outline plan, because this is about visioning. Outline plans are supposed to be about visioning for the future. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious what type of public consultation was involved for this particular outline plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the landowner did anything with prior to the application for this. They would have to confirm that, but given that the parcel was only a single parcel out, and we notify adjacent landowners for the public hearing, we felt in this case it would be sufficient. If it was something with multiple parcels, a little bit more intensive, we likely would have required them to do some sort of public open house beforehand if we felt it would be more of an impact.
I have one more if you don't mind, Reeve, thank you. So I know that we are requiring an outline plan, but when an outline plan is simply laying out what is currently existing and not reaching for the future, why are we adding the extra layer of requirement? It just seems like an extra red tape step that unless you're actually visioning for a future, which is what I see an outline plan and similar to an ASP to do, why do we require it? I know we do, and I know we put it in the MDP, and I remember the conversation, but if you could remind
Yeah,
me and the viewers.
it was basically just based on feedback from the community and what council decided with the MDP. You know, they were kind of saying, okay, outside those first and second parcels from the quarter section, that they would consider anything over and above that, like a multi-lot or a multi-parcel type subdivision, and then at that stage, require an outline plan for growth. And it's a little more challenging because like in most cases, if you were to do that, you're going to do multiple parcels. So then you would maybe need more studies or more data. But in this case, they're only asking for one more parcel, but the MDP says that you have to have that outline plan to require that. So it's kind of a bit tricky because there's not a lot to really require them to provide because there isn't a lot of future growth or need to plan for anything in this case.
And it already exists.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a challenge for a situation like this where they only want the one parcel versus a multi-parcel type development. But it's just, yeah, the way that council decided to word the MDP that anything over and above that too required further consideration. So it's maybe a possible consideration for change down the road. But thank you.
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, just a question for CAO Emmons. Just a little bit, just a question for CAO. Just a little bit of clarity. In our last previous council meeting, I'd asked a question for if there's an increase in population and residential parcels in Clearwater County, does that increase or decrease funding from Clearwater County and tax dollars? And at that time, it was quoted that funding for formulas don't hinge on population. However, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity, like for RCMP funding, I believe that would increase if population in Clearwater County increases. FCSS funding has a, factor in there based on population for funding. And when we were at Alberta Munis, actually the premiers, everybody does get an increase in taxes for your school tax. The Alberta Calling campaign that the Alberta government posted over the last couple of years, it did bring a significant amount of population to Alberta, but now you do get, we all get to pay more tax to build more schools. So I just wanted to get clarity because our last council meeting it was quoted that funding formulas don't hinge on population, but I was just wondering if I could get some clarity on that.
CO Emmons?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. And yes, just to maybe expand, when I responded, I was talking about one specific agreement that was based on a tax-exempt property. We have many, many agreements with our neighbors, and a number of those do hinge on population. Our wastewater would be an example. We pay a percentage into the improvements to a neighboring municipality based on the amount of usage. Of course, it's a logical statement that usage is attached to how many people. So, correct.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. This parcel is so close to being a multi-lot subdivision. Was there any discussion around in preparation of the area structure plan of designating more lots as residential or CRA?
Ms. Gillum?
I think that that was never the landowner's intent. The residence that's there is rented out. It's not used by the landowners, that second residence that they're hoping to take out. And this parcel would be difficult to create too many parcels for, given that the treed area is kind of you can see in my contour map, but it's a bit of a ravine. It slopes down there, and with the tributary going through, the only option would maybe have the existing yard site, farm site that the landowners use, possibly like split into two, but that's not what they desire to do. So the layout of the land doesn't really allow for much for additional subdivision that would be practical.
Okay, right. Thank you.
All right, so seeing no further, Councillor Sermon.
The MDP says that when you do the 4th division, now you have to do an area structure plan. I have never heard of this outline plan before.
Ms. Gillum?
I'm gonna see if I
Does
can,
this take the place of ASP?
just trying to get to that policy where it says that. Sorry, 1 second here. Where is, I'm just scrolling.
No, it's fine.
Find the right one. Okay, here. I think it's this one. So it says an area structure plan or outline plan. So they're similar. Usually an outline plan is for a smaller development and or like a quarter section possibly, whereas an area structure plan usually encompasses a number of quarter sections or a larger area. So like the Ferry or Garth area structure plan includes like quite a few quarter sections, or the area structure plans that we did for Condor and Leslieville include the hamlets and areas around the hamlet, so like again, multiple quarter sections. So the outline plan is similar to an ASP, it's just a smaller, less encompassing document usually for a smaller piece of property.
Okay, so with your outline plan, do they have to go to the residents and the public around and have a public meeting?
No, it's just kind of part of this process. So, you know, we have our public hearing here. There's no requirement for an independent public meeting. And it's just a resolution of council to adopt it or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other further lights, I'll now invite Ms. Gillum to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Okay, so Clearwater County Assessment. The assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential land and improvement at the time of subdivision. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure, existing access meets standards and no construction or upgrades are required. Access is via Highway 22, so they have no objections. Sorry, bear with me here. Clearwater County Public Works Operations, the existing approach meets standards and is also off the highway, so there's no requirements there. Fortis Alberta has no concerns. TELUS Communications has no objection. Alberta Health Services noted that the septic tank location did not appear to be included within the application, and they just want to ensure that all existing and future sewage disposal systems comply with the requirements set out in the Alberta Private Sewage System Standards of Practice, and the location of the water well did not appear to be included with the application, and to also ensure that that is in compliance with the nuisance and general sanitation regulation. We do have, I think the one survey does identify it, so maybe they just didn't have that information in what they had, but they're within the setback distances required. Foothills Natural Gas Co. has no objection to the subdivision proceeding, as Robin and Tammy McLaren have met all of their conditions and requirements as outlined. Blue Mountain Power Incorporated as Rocky RA has no objection to the land use amendment, and they are a member-owned non-profit distribution wire service provider for all services in the area, and they can contact them if they need services. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments. Pursuant to section 618(3) of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with all applicable items related to provincial highways. Pursuant to 618(4) the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7. And this will acknowledge the receipt of your circulation regarding the above noted proposal. And the subsequent subdivision application would have to meet sections 18 and 19, which they've also listed. Sorry, find the right page here. Oh yeah, and the requirements of section 19 of the regulation are not met to ensure future access management requirements, a service road would be required, and they would do that at the time of subdivision. And then the Municipal Planning Commission, the members verified that they have reviewed the provided report and policies, and they discussed the proposed outline plan or received clarification on an outline plan and process and the policy that may support the application. The members also discussed the shape and location of the proposed parcel, the tree line and ravine, the number of existing titles for the quarter, and water well and pipeline locations through the proposed parcel, and the history of the developed parcel. Members did not feel that there was adequate information for the commission to make a recommendation to council with regard to the outline plan application. And then no other comments were received.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll invite the applicants to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments. Go ahead.
I do have a PowerPoint lined up somewhere if I could present.
Okay, sounds great.
Do I just get to say when to
Yeah,
click?
yeah.
Who do I direct that to?
Ms. Thompson, yeah,
Okay,
Ms.
Ms.
Thompson will.
Okay, sorry.
Nope.
Oh, I get
She's
to
got a clicker.
click? Click the arrow when you want to. Okay, I assume back is back and forward. Oh.
Okay.
Where do I point it? Anywhere? Thank you.
Oh, should try.
Oh, was that you or me? That was me. Okay. All right, hopefully we're not too clunky here for you guys and get to the point. So this is, yeah, really just an overview kind of what has been discussed previously, but our intent is to rezone and subdivide off that second residence, roughly 5 acres, kind of depending on how we chit-chat, from an existing 35-acre parcel that McLaren's own. The redesignation from ag to CRA zoning for that piece would still be consistent with the land use and very minimal impact, we think, as applicants, just because all access, utilities, house, yard site, fencing, and the actual land use won't change at all, and it will be the same people there, just owning it. Next, please. So I've tried to, for lack of better words, dumb this down a little bit, kind of into our 2 main categories in this application. So number 1, we've got the proposed parcel of that 5 acres. I'll just kind of give you guys a rundown of the background and the use. And the second we'll get to will just be, I know there's been a lot of confusion, maybe policy-wise, about why we need an outline plan, and kind of why we have done that and things we have addressed in there. And at the end, we'll kind of go over the questions and suggestions that we've got from council and the county. Next slide. All right, proposed parcel and the background use. To kind of re-say what Kim has already told you. All of this development was existing prior to the McLarens owning the property. So in the red circle, you'll see McLaren's primary residence and yard site. It is lower land than the proposed parcel, as we kind of explained there with the ravine, kind of in between there on that tree line you can see. It is currently zoned ag. It is their primary residence. They've got an existing driveway there from the Bowden Highway 587. And as explained, there is a TACA right-of-way going through both of those pieces. The blue is the 5 acres that we intend to subdivide out. It is a separate yard site and home with access off of 22. Quite a bit higher in elevation than the primary residence. Not overly usable by the primary residence. Not great access from their yard site, I guess, just with the topography there. It includes a mobile home, approach, driveway, sheds, fencing, some cross fencing as well. And it has existing separate services that we discussed. The septic, which is a holding tank, and the drilled well that's been there since the 80s and the home was put on. Next one, Thank you. Number 3 here, the proposed boundaries. We did do the 5 acres thinking that it would be kind of fit within the rules and policies and be favorable. However, I know at MPC we did discuss, which is maybe more of a common sense approach to the red line, which encompasses the 7 acres and includes all the shelter belts, some other fencing out there, and all of the elevated lands that's not overly usable by McLaren's anyways. And again, services are that drilled well and the holding tank. Current and future use of this proposed 5 acres. So the current land use is ag, and you'll see we are proposing CRA for the land use. And I know technically you have to do that to subdivide and because it's a smaller parcel. And yes, the use is considered different, but the actual real life use is not going to be any different. You can see it's the same across the board. Important to note, I think, that we have no intentions to further develop the remainder of the site. Everything's existing, and land use will remain the same with little impact. Sure you guys have read through the policies 100 times doing what you're doing, but just in case you really wanted to look at the CRA zoning bylaw requirements. So we do meet those CRA zoning requirements if that was to be approved. Things like design and map, sorry, you were good. Just size-wise and frontage and kind of all of those set bylaw rules. Outline plan requirement. So again, we still have the questions, do we have an ASP? Do we need an outline plan? Why do we need them? Essentially, why we need to do this outline plan may seem overkill, I guess, in some people's eyes, or not, but it's because we're essentially considered a multi-lot subdivision, which in reality we're not, but we create that 4th parcel. I don't know the policies beforehand, but I was curious too, just a question at the end, if there was an outline plan for that 3rd subdivision out, back when it was done. I don't know if that would have been required as well, but. So this is our, again, this goes through the MDP. This, it didn't transfer over. It's good. It's supposed to be A, B, C, D. So that is straight from the MDP. So we have went through, and this kind of outlines what needs to be in an outline plan. So we have went through each and every one of those. While it is minimal because everything is existing, we have at least touched on it and, greater detail in some previous meetings. So everything like the site suitability, the design, all seems good. It's all existing and the land does support the parcel. Any impacts on natural capital and the environment, the proposed property line doesn't take away from any productive cropland or hurt the environment. It would provide a yard site and some, shelter belt and pasture land to kind of live that country lifestyle that they have been. Any effects on the land uses in the vicinity? I've got a map, I think it's on the next slide here, just showing, sorry, just kidding. It's down there somewhere. One more, I think. Oh, no. Right there. I think, yeah, that's right. Thank you. There is a map. It is all surrounding, the bulk is agricultural and CRA parcels. And with it being existing and not actually changing use, we think that the impact will be minimal, if any. Roads and utilities, like Kim explained on those mailouts, all is existing and seems to all meet the requirements in place that we need. Again, this is just going through provision of open space. There'll be pasture land, but of course, I think you guys were getting at that we'll be paying a hefty fee of municipal reserves to make up for that. Important to note too, while council did suggest maybe the 7 acres, we are aware that will probably increase our fees a bit on that side of things, but are definitely open to that. Excuse me, protective and emergency services. kind of the same as any other parcel around the area. We've got the Town of Sundre Fire Hall, the distance is there, and the Sundre Hospital as well. And of course, Caroline would be kind of the next closest hamlet or town. Access to education and health services, the same thing, no known impacts, and they've got Caroline and Sundre kind of covering those. A place that we didn't quite know the answer would be Fire Smart and Bear Smart provisions. I'm on the lovely Bear Smart mail-out list, but if there's any council recommendations on how that can be better covered, obviously open to those. Measures to mitigate effects, and any other questions. Again, we had the TACA pipeline questions previously, and those have been addressed and they've all been marked as well. So this is just an overview of those. It's low density, setback from the river, so no real impact on the environment. Doesn't impact surrounding land use or agricultural land, utilities, roads, minimal traffic, and all is the same for healthcare and schools. And there's no additional county responsibilities that may result from subdividing that piece. It's been there and we're hoping can look the same, just subdivided. That's okay. So yeah, I guess we have met the listed requirements set out in the NDP for an outline plan. Next one. This is my land use one that I was telling you about. So this indicates all the ag and the blue are of course the CRA parcels too. So cohesive with not just adjacent landowners, but a bit further out on there too. So this is where we kind of get into the meat and potatoes, I guess, of policy and county rules, I guess. So as you guys know, the MDP does list a variety of studies that we could provide. We don't have any studies in the outline plan. So it lists a bunch there, again, all existing, the land supports it, but it does indicate any other study or plan required by the county, so open to that discussion as well. Next one. So the county itself doesn't have any suggestions or recommendations for studies, just because of all the things we've talked about. It's existing, the intended use, the future use, buildable area already accessed, and we don't intend to, put anything else there for the remainder of the site. Next one. So while the county doesn't have any requirements, it is obviously dependent on our lovely council and what they feel is appropriate or would help the outline plan, if anything. So in this case, it's low impact, and we don't know which studies listed or suggested would bring any benefit to it, but if there is something, we're obviously willing to do what you guys feel would be helpful. You are a bit more professional and know a bit more on that side of things. So questions and suggestions that we've had. Again, this just goes back to the 7 acres. So the 5 acres was a smaller size, and we figured that might be more favorable to council. 7 acres, it would make more sense just with the topography. And of course, we've followed like the north property line. We've tried to make it make sense and not just a random shape there. If we do leave it at 5 acres, which is fine, there is that additional 2 acres that isn't overly usable. So the people that own that piece honestly probably would just likely use it for pasture additional anyways. So again, understand the cash and lieu fee would increase, but it would still fit within the CRA zoning and the topography. So, overview. Feel like a broken record, but hopefully, so yeah, very low impact, all development and services existing, no intent to develop the rest. The actual land use and intensity stays the same, and honestly, we're only rezoning in order to subdivide, and of course, a small parcel like that can't stay as an ag zoning as per the county, so. A lot of impacts and considerations I know that you guys need to make on an application like this, which I think you guys have obviously done a great job on, but we've been able to explain kind of our position on it. Yeah, trying to follow the rules and kind of do everything we can. Yeah. So this is kind of the personal side of things. So just for the county, I think the creation of this parcel kind of lines up with your guys' vision. Cost-effective rural housing, it's a mobile on a smaller acreage, while still being useful and not just, you know, a big mansion on a 1 acre plot type of thing. I don't know that that would fit in. Minimal impact, everything's existing. I did write down here on a personal side of things, it does give the owner options to live on the land and kind of do what's best for their family, whether that was the initial thought that they had or not. So there are renters in the property. They would like to purchase it, so it is nice to have, and I'm not being negative, it is nice to have people own versus rent, I think, because they have a bit more skin in the game, right, with just, you know, maintaining and putting money into it and stuff like that. And I mean, I guess more money, you can collect more taxes, I guess, is a good thing as a county too. So hopefully fund some programs and stuff that you guys have lined up there. Yeah, if you really look at it, I know there's lots to consider and it is a change, but it is just creating a new property line and she's gonna look the same. Personal side with McLaren's, they had bought, obviously all of this stuff was on here when they bought, and initially they hoped that that second dwelling, their parents who are aging, or were aging, could live next door and they could kind of, you know, be close but still separate, or at least have their children next door. That's just not the way things worked out, so not quite what they planned or anticipated. And just the ability to manage that second yard site without super easy access, it's tougher, right? Especially costs and things, how she's going. So it would provide them with like better life circumstances, kind of estate planning. And it would also give the current renter like a head start and a foot in the door on something, you know, cheaper country life, to own their home and kind of do that. So we hope it is a win-win for, you know, the county, ourselves, and, you know, the tenants that are in there. So that is my my presentation.
Thank you. So I'll move on. So I will invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
Sorry, no comments were received.
Thank you. Were there any comments, I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none. Any written submissions opposing this request?
No comments were received.
Okay. At this time, I will invite the applicant to have any final remarks before I close the hearing.
Yeah, appreciate everyone's time. I know this is a little different than probably what you typically see as far as a subdivision. Yeah, we are just looking to have the owners be able to live on the land and kind of enjoy the way they want it to and plan for their family. And with it all existing, again, pretty minimal impact and no plan for anything further develop-wise.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah. So I'll now close the hearing at 10:58. No motions will be entertained at this time. And now we'll move on to item 5.4, which is consideration of second and third readings. I'll turn the floor back over to Ms. Gillum, please.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose of bylaw 25008 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 5 acres of part of the Southwest 2834-5 from the agriculture district to the CRA district. In addition, council needs to consider the adoption of the draft McLaren outline plan prior to second and third reading of the bylaw. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the parcel. Please refer to the documents attached in the public hearing item for further details. And I just want to note, at the regular council meeting held on January 14th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25008. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. So the recommendation today is, pending the results of the public hearing, that council consider the draft McLaren outline plan and identify if any additional information is needed prior to consideration of second and third reading and adopt the outline plan. And then 2, consider granting second and third reading of bylaw 25008 should the outline plan be adopted.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Ms. Gillum? I have one. To adopt the outline plan, we would have to go through first, second, and third reading, correct? Or just one motion to adopt that?
Resolution, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, because it's not a bylaw like other statutory document would be.
Just part of the application?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. Similar questions. To amend the outline plan, we just make a motion to amend, or do we just request the amendments now, or do we wait for a motion to be on the floor and then request amendments? I just want to make sure that I'm following the proper process.
I think if you wanted additional amendments or studies done for the outline plan, you would request that information prior to making a decision on whether you approve the outline plan. So I think you would just, rather than making a motion to approve it as is, you would make a motion to request some additional studies or information to the outline plan.
Follow up? Okay. But if it's not things like studies, et cetera, for example, I'd like to amend it from the 5 to the 7 to encompass the more usable area, because the property to the remainder, those little triangles would be made useless actually by the remainder. So is that a motion to amend, or do I have to make those recommendations and then they have to come back? That seems like a extra step that
sorry,
seems
yes,
really useless.
for that, I think you could say that you could amend the outline plan with the consideration of the parcel to be 7 acres within the outline plan versus the 5. I think that would be an easy, yeah.
And that's just a motion to do so. I just want to make sure I'm following the process.
Yeah, you could
So
approve
then-
it with 7 acres versus the 5, yeah.
Sounds good. So then I would like to make a motion to amend the outline plan that was presented to encompass that entire area to the northwest, as it's more usable with the suggestion, with that land, with that suggested subdivision than with the remainder.
Kind of following the tree line there.
Yeah, and I just didn't want to put a specific number, because when it gets plotted out, that number changes.
Yes, it's about
So,
7 acres from what I
About 7 acres,
previously
and
measured,
that
yes.
still fits within our requirements, so I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Comments on the motion, Councillor Lougheed?
So I encompass what you're saying, you're taking both those triangles and incorporating that within this proposal, or within the outline plan.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That is my suggested amendment, that we take both those triangles within the treat area and add them to the proposed 5 acre, making it sounds like almost 7.
Bottom maybe? Or no? Yeah, there is one. I'm trying to see if, maybe.
And
Yeah,
again,
no,
that's
keep
for
going.
That's an amendment for the outline plan, just to confirm.
There. Oh, go back down. Yeah, so that one kind of shows what you're intending, right? Correct? Yes. Okay.
Outlined in red.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Okay, I didn't push my button, but it's, yeah, okay. I think the square makes more of a square shape is more efficient in my opinion, so I won't be supporting the amendment. Also the outline plan, I know that during the development of the 2023 municipal development plan, it was the large majority of people didn't support anything over the 2 titles per quarter section of land, so I think that this may be setting a precedence and just another avenue to further subdivide lands in Clearwater County, so I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just wanted to check with the applicants if that change would have any significant impact on their plans for the property.
Sorry. Oh, you're good, you're good.
Yeah. Impact on the property as far as the proposed one or the remainder that there'll be?
Both.
Both. No, it, like I said, whether it's the 5 or 7 acres, the 7 makes more sense. And it would all probably be used anyways by the owner up there, whether it was a property line at 5 or 7, it's not overly usable by McLaren's just because of the elevation change, so it's wouldn't impact any future plans.
for us.
Great, good, thank you.
Okay, motion on the floor to amend the outline plan from 5 to 7 acres for the size of the acreage. Councillor Cermak?
Does that mean that this outline plan needs to be redone again, then, if we amend that and make it larger? No, it'll stand the way it is, without any public consultation whatsoever.
Outside of the public hearing, correct.
Yeah, and nobody put anything forward.
I did not receive anything from any adjacent landowners.
I've had lots.
All right. So the motion's on the floor to amend from 5 to 7 acres. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. I would then, sorry, Councillor Malhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually have a motion for
Yep.
another amendment, where it says council, question for council in the Bear Smart, Fire Smart provision. It'd be great to change that to the recommended, it says unknown council recommendation, unknown council, rather than having, because this document is then in perpetuity with the land, anytime they want to do anything.
This is just her presentation saying
Okay.
how she addressed those things. That's not the actual like outline plan that
Okay.
was submitted there. She was just trying to address the points within the MDP about where things that could be required. And she just wasn't sure additionally how to address the Fire Smart or Bear Smart, but it's not
Okay, so
actually
what does it
in
say
the outline.
It's not in the outline plan at all.
No.
It is. Yeah, I'm like, I remember reading it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to say it
My bad.
says what. Yeah, this, as outlined by the recommendations in Clearwater County land use planning documents. Because this document lives in perpetuity, so 20 years from now, 50 years from now, unless it's repealed, it'd be nice to have it not say unknown.
Question mark. Okay, thanks for the clarity. So I would be looking for a motion to adopt the outline plan as amended.
I make a motion
To amend again? Okay. Okay. Motion to amend the Bear Smart, Fire Smart portion of the outline plan. Seems very common sense. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Now looking for a motion to adopt the outline plan as amended. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion to adopt the outline plan as amended. I also think that we need to take a look at what Clearwater County is expecting as outline plans for traditional multi-lots, for existing like this. I think that we need to dig in and even put a procedure in place or a recommendation to the people putting in applications going forward. I think that would be an important piece maybe to look at in the land use bylaw rewrite we're doing right now. But I will make that motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. So with that, we can move right into second reading. Motion for second reading. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Do some right. Oh, sorry. COM is first.
Thank you, Swanson. Could we have just a 5-minute break? We're having some technical difficulties. It's freezing up.
Okay.
And we don't want to miss motions being made.
For sure. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back from our break. Hopefully our technical difficulties will let us continue on. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for us to consider second reading. This is an existing property, and the landowners have done a lot of consideration on how this can impact the community. So I'll make that motion with a question. We've had a couple of three councillors that have voted against the previous outline plan. What have I missed? What am I not considering? I'd love to have some feedback from the rest of the team, because what if, did we miss something?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I guess the big thing that I'm going on is the MDP survey results. Clearly indicated that 78% of the residents didn't desire 3 or more titles per quarter of land. There's a public hearing. Many residents come out in opposition of the municipal development plan. There was a petition, I think over 400 signatures against that municipal development plan, which is being followed in all of these documents. That's what I'm going on, but. And then, like I said, it's great presentation by the applicants, very nice presentation, but just the precedents that it sets across the municipality as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Surma? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I just have another question then, sorry, Councillor Northcott. So currently, if this doesn't get subdivided, it's actually non-compliant for the land use bylaw and municipal development plan, because there's more than one residence within less than 80 acres. So would then your suggestion be that we bulldoze one of those? Which one would you like us to pick?
Councillor Northcott?
I didn't make it non-compliant. I don't know who would have been policing that prior to, or or monitoring that or enforcing bylaws at that point in time. But
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. For sure, I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying, but now, it is. So then we now are aware of it. So what are we going to direct administration if the subdivision fails? How are we directing them?
really, I think it could evolve into something quite big, because I'm sure there's lots of non-compliance across the whole municipality as a whole. So if you were to take, everything as a whole, it would be quite a task. So I really don't. If you were to take that comment and say it's non-compliant, so we're going to address this one, well, we should probably open the doors to address every other one that comes through, really all non-compliance right now at this point in time.
Well, I believe that that's why these applicants are here, is they want to make it compliant. So at the end of the day, I truly believe that that's why they're approaching council for these, to make things right again. And at the end of the day, this is a unique situation. I appreciate Ms. Gillam's outline of everything that's happened from 1978 till now. And absolutely, absolutely. And at the end of it is something that we can speak proudly of, that everything's been documented. There's a reason behind everything that's been up to this point in time. And, you have great access off of 22 and 58, in that regards. And I will be supporting this because I believe that there's unique pieces of property throughout our county, and each family, like you've mentioned many, many times today, is something that is existing. This is not something that is that we're creating. It's just to bring in to compliance, and so I will be supporting this application. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, has this acreage got a development permit?
Go ahead, Ms. Gillam.
Yeah, so like I'd mentioned in my report, there was a home approved there originally in the 80s. and then it was removed, and then a new home was approved in the 90s for a bona fide need. And then there was comments that came in 2010 asking about leaving it there as a residence. And at the time, they were directed by planning administration that they wouldn't require additional development approval for that residence because it was continued to be used kind of as in a secondary nature to the main residence. And so I'm not sure when the McLarens purchased it, but I would guess that they were not informed that the house would probably require proper approval or additional approvals if it wasn't being used for a bona fide need, given that the previous owner was told that he would not need a permit in 2010. So technically, the house does not have approval under the current situation.
Okay, I have another question. Can you tell me the main difference between outline plan and an ASP?
Yeah, mostly like how it's adopted. An area structure plan is a statutory plan that has requirements under the MGA, and it's adopted by bylaw, whereas an outline plan is just adopted by a motion of council. It doesn't require a bylaw.
So area structure plan is more in depth, and we go to the public to get feedback, do open houses and all that sort of stuff?
Generally, yes, that would be a requirement of that area. And like I said, with an outline plan, we may require that. It's depending on what they're proposing, but it wouldn't be a requirement. Even with an ASP, technically you don't have to do preemptive like public stuff. You just have to have a public hearing or for that decision, just like any other bylaw.
Because the only thing that we've done so far is put it in the paper and people could come forward and say something or not.
Yeah, and send out notifications to adjacent landowners, yep.
And you're not gonna have people come forward because then you're dealing property against property and owner against owner. It's probably not gonna happen in that area because they're pretty tight-knit down there. I've received a lot of phone calls and I will not be in favor of this subdivision. It needs to be removed.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just to refresh my memory, the previous MDP, the 2010 MDP, and perhaps even the MDPs before that, had a provision for an area structure plan, outline plan. Previously, this isn't anything new in the recent MDP?
No, so they would have required, like, for any sort of multi-lot subdivision, they would require some sort of outline plan or area structure plan, depending on what they're trying to propose. Just the specific requirement for an outline plan for parcels, like for the fourth or more title out specifically in this MDP. But otherwise, ASPs and outline plans have been required previously for multi-lot subdivisions in previous MDPs.
So just so it's clear in my mind, this is not a new provision. This is something that has been in place for some time.
Correct.
Throughout the development of Clearwater County.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, just so I get every councillor an opportunity to speak to this, Councillor Gibson, I'm gonna invite you to respond to Councillor Malha.
The reason I voted against it was I just was afraid it would open the door for a lot of others to all of a sudden go, well, they got their fourth, so we will too. And that is the only reason that I voted against it, just to be a little leery on the fact that it could just open the door for everyone else to decide they did it. And quite often that does happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Now moving to Councillor Northcott, and then I'm going to call the motion.
Okay, I guess just regarding the non-compliance, so it creates a level of unfairness as well, because there's other residents in the community and other homeowners and property owners that have been in non-compliance, and they've had to go through significant labor and costs to make their properties in compliance. So it'd be similar to a vehicle inspection station. If you had, you know, you had transport trucks coming through and you have one that's non-compliant, you say, well, geez, he's got low tires, let's, you know, he's non-compliant, so we let him go. That's not really fair to everybody else that has all the proper permits. Insurance, registry.
It's okay.
It would create a level of unfairness, in my opinion, because I do actually literally know residents have had to go through significant efforts to bring their properties into compliance, so.
Ms. Gill?
I wanted to make a comment kind of in response to that. So, you know, as I mentioned before, like I said, the landowner likely didn't even know until I did this report that the house wasn't in compliance. Once I did my research there, because again, the previous landowner was told that they didn't require additional permits for the house. But I did want to mention that it is a cost for them to create this subdivision. Obviously, they had to create that outline plan and do a bit of research there, but in addition, they will be owing municipal reserves on this parcel too at the time of subdivision, which would be somewhere in the realm of $20,000. So it is a cost to subdivide. It's anything outside that first parcel out, so people have to consider a financial situation there as well. So there is a cost. We do get a fair amount of money to be able to put into public areas for that subdivision. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Oh, thank you for the extra information. Councillor Meloff?
Oh, sorry, thank you. I was actually going to say very similar, that while Councillor Northcott is saying that people have had to spend a lot of time and money to bring their properties into compliance, that's exactly what this applicant is doing. They've spent a lot of time and money and will continue to spend money if this is to go forward to bring this property in compliance. They are doing exactly what you've said that other people are doing. They're just doing it a different way than some others.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
My question is, how big is this piece of property tax now before it's subdivided? Is it agriculture or is it a resident?
In assessments comments, given that it's like an agricultural parcel, there will be agricultural taxes on it, but each yard or residential site would have taxes within that as well. So once that parcel, if it was to be subdivided, would be exclusively residentially assessed based on their comments. So obviously there'd be two assessments there, and then the taxes for that house would be independent, and likely more because there'd be 7 acres taxed at that residential rate.
So what is the tax rate right now that it's not subdivided?
Ag and residential. If there is a house on there, there's a portion of the land that has residential taxes, and then the remainder would be ag.
So that's a 3-acre parcel that is taxed as
Yeah, possibly
residential.
2 3-acre ones, given that there's 2 building sites, but assessment would have to answer that question because that's outside my wheelhouse.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor for second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just have I need to clarify in my mind my understanding of the processes and the regulations here. If any other property owner wanted to break out like a 4th parcel or beyond, they would still have to create an outline plan like it's being done here.
Yes.
So it doesn't seem as though it is creating an unusual situation to proceed.
Any landowner that wants to go over and above those 2 parcels out, or that, like, going with the 4th title would be required to do their own outline plan that would be applicable to their property, their location, possibly additional studies depending on where it's located. So it's really dependent on what they're proposing and where they're located and factors there. But yeah, they would be treated the same, would have to go through the same process.
Okay, great. I had it straight. Thank you.
Very good. So a motion on the floor for second reading. Now we'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Lougheed?
Moved.
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Any comments or questions on third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion again is carried. Thank you, and well, good luck with the subdivision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're at item 5.5 in our agenda. And that will be, and I'll just get to planning to join us. It is for first reading for bylaw number 25/18 for application 0625 to amend the land use bylaw. And I will turn it over to Mr. Conley. Here we go.
Thank you, Reeve. Paderni's has made application to amend the land use bylaw to allow for additional storage for their current operations within Gateway Industrial Subdivision. The parcel subject to the application is a portion of the balance of Southeast 13907, adjacent to the north property boundary and located north of the existing subdivision. The subject parcel contains 40 acres and the applicant is proposing to redesignate 10.8 acres adjacent to the east property boundary to the light industrial district. If approval is granted, the applicant will be required to apply for and obtain development approval for the storage of materials. At the time Gateway Industrial Subdivision was created, the outline plan was adopted and does not restrict the use or development of the subject land. 2 possible locations were identified in the plan for stormwater ponds, including on the subject lands. However, a public utility lot was created adjacent to the subject property to the west, and it contains the stormwater pond. The subject parcel is located outside of the Rocky Clearwater IDP. Administration is recommending that council consider granting first reading to bylaw number 25/018 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now open the floor for council questions or comments. Go ahead, Councillor Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that there's an outline plan.
Yep.
Was it not included, or did I miss it?
I might have missed including it. It was done 20 years ago.
Okay.
I can bring it for the public hearing though.
That would be very helpful. Just if we're happening to follow an existing plan, it'd be awesome to have it.
Yeah.
So that would be great. And you're saying that this is in compliance with the existing outline plan?
Yes.
Okay, and doesn't go outside of that? Just I don't have it, so
No,
for
it
me
doesn't.
to cross-reference it.
That land was just reserved as agricultural, but there's nothing in there that restricts them from further developing it for industrial purposes.
Okay, sounds good. I look forward to seeing the outline plan at the public hearing, and I'll make the motion for first reading so that we can proceed to a public hearing and go from there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Surma?
Oh, no.
I have a question for the applicant. So what's the access past that, or what's going to, that proposed 10 acres? Is that being currently used by animals or farmed? Go ahead.
Is it on?
Yeah, now it is.
There's nothing in there right now. We basically mow it as green space, grass area, snow dump.
Okay. I'm just thinking of a efficiency of use. Would it have been better to just expand it and just to created one big parcel and then, in this versus just to take in another chunk? But this is your property and how you want to utilize it. So, like you say, to change it to an LI. Any other comments or questions, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, for the development officer, thank you. Is that double yellow line, is that a road allowance? No. Okay, so there's no restriction of access to the remainder of the property?
No, that would be, there's a pipeline right away, but as before, our maps aren't exactly accurate with the pipeline right of ways, so it'll be in that general area, but it might not be that exact location.
Okay, good. I was just concerned we might be restricting access to the balance of that quarter, but it's a pipeline, so that's fine.
Councillor Lloyd?
Just one question. I know there is an agreement with the town around development. How far away are we from that border line?
It's just outside that, the IDP area. It's just to the north of that, that would be included in the IDP, so.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions in regards to the motion to proceed, grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing? See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We'll see you at the public hearing. Thank you for coming in. So moving on to item 5.6, which is consideration of first, second, third readings for bylaw 25/023 for a road closure for a portion of the road within subdivision plan 7922256. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Clark, please.
Morning, Council. Thank you. Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25/023 is to amend the previously approved bylaw 1203/24 for the road closure of an undeveloped portion of road within subdivision plan 7922256 within Northeast 1638-7 west of the 5th. Bylaw 1203/24 was brought before Council of the previous municipality on December 20th, 2024 for the third and final reading. An amendment is required to the description of the road closure that was described in 1203/24. After our bylaw is endorsed by the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridor, it was returned to receive third and final reading by the municipality. If the description within a bylaw requires updating by land titles, the municipality is required to revise or amend the bylaw that would update the description. The revised bylaw does not require municipal approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Feels like deja vu.
Yes.
I would make the motion for first reading.
Thank you for the motion for first reading. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no, go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
Can I ask actually where this is?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, Everdale subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so motion on the floor for first reading. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Lougheed. Thank you for a motion for second. I'll call the question if there's no other comments. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Just quickly go back to my notes. Do we need unanimous? Yep,
Yes.
we need unanimous consent for to go to third reading. So, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Motion?
Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, now motion for third. Councillor Northcott makes the motion for third reading. All those in favor? Again, that is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. You bet. So now moving on in the agenda to item 5.8, which is the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 25/023. And I guess I'll turn that over to Ms. Gillum, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. There is two. Let's retract, sorry, I'm 5.7 to bylaw 25/004 fee and refund structure for the planning department, sorry.
Sorry, bear with me here. I've got other things because I need to go back to the other one at some point, I think, too. But, okay. So, sorry. All right. So background, the current fee schedule for land use amendments, subdivision and development and all fees associated with such were adopted in February of 2014. At their October 29th, 2024 strategic planning meeting, the committee reviewed the new fee options that were not previously on the rate schedule and consolidated some fees to streamline the fees to be more transparent and easier to understand by the residents of Clearwater County. Fees that were newly added are as follows: application to adopt an ASP, application to adopt an outline plan, application to amend a statutory plan or land use bylaw textual amendment, variances, penalties, signage fee, corporate search, and demolition permit. Research has been done within surrounding counties that have similar structure and development procedures in order to determine where Clearwater County's current fees lie in relation to other municipalities as follows: Brazeau County, MD of Bighorn, Lacombe County, Mountain View County, Red Deer County, County of Wetaskiwin, Wheatland County, and Yellowhead County. So at the strategic planning meeting, the committee reviewed the comparison chart for the above noted municipalities as well as the current fees versus proposed fees chart, which are both attached to compare the existing Clearwater County planning fees to the fees being suggested under the new schedule. At that meeting, the Strategic Planning Committee motioned to recommend for council to approve an amended fee schedule for planning and development. As of January 1st, 2025, Clearwater County amalgamated with the Village of Caroline, and both the Clearwater County development permit fees and fees for printed materials policy and the Village of Caroline fees bylaw come along with the new municipality. So administration recommends council consider providing 3 readings of Bylaw 25004, fee and refund schedule for planning and development, to repeal the existing Bylaw 2019-006 for the Village of Caroline, and the existing development permit fees and fees for printed materials policy of Clearwater County, creating one new fee and refund schedule for the planning and development for the new municipality. The Strategic Planning Committee recommended fee schedule revisions with a new format and new and/or adjusted fees, which is attached for council's consideration. Please see Schedule A for the suggested fee and refund structure, which will form part of Bylaw 25004. As the new fee bylaw repeals the Village of Caroline fees bylaw, any applicable fees have been considered and have been consolidated into the new fee bylaw proposed. The only listed item that was not already covered in the previously proposed Clearwater County fees bylaw that administration is proposing to be carried over is for the cost for a permit for demolition. In addition, administration requests that council rescinds the current development permit fees and fees for printed materials policy that addresses the current planning and development fee schedule. Administration will also have to bring back other existing planning and development policies in the future to address references to the repealed policy that will no longer be relevant. Should council approve the new fee schedule, administration would apply the following communication strategy to let landowners know of the change of fees. So they would be advertised on the website, posted at the planning counter, link to the fees would be advertised in the newspapers, and the new fees would be placed in the next Clearwater County newsletter. And then we recommend, or administration recommends, that the new fees become effective upon approval. And I did want to note, if I can just find the one note here. Now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. At the strategic planning meeting, one question did come up regarding variances and legalizations, and how many of those we actually have in a year, because we did add those charges for variances and legalizations to the new fee schedule that would increase the costs for people. So in 2023, there was 198 permits total. 37 variance/relaxation permits were approved and 46 legalizations. So that's about 25% of our permits are legalizations. And then in 2024, there was 220 permits, and there was 30 variances or relaxations and 53 legalizations. So again, approximately 25% legalizations. So I just wanted to clarify that because that question had previously come up.
Thank you for the information. I have a question, and I'm not sure if we discussed this during the strategic planning, but it's in regards to anytime there's an appeal that goes to the LPRT. Does that fee come through the county, through the planning department, or how does that fee structure for the LPRT work?
Yeah, so if an appeal goes to LPRT, if it's required to go there, they have their own application form and it goes directly to them, and they actually don't charge a fee. So there would be no fee for them to appeal to that. If they go to SDAB, obviously we have to run our own board, and then there's an appeal to that.
So question then, in regards to that process though, our administration staff do usually attend the LPRT, do they not?
Yes, we are required to
So
attend,
we're out
yes.
of that time.
Yes.
And efficiency of that, okay.
Correct.
And is it the responsibility of the LPRT to advertise that?
For the hearing?
Yep.
Yes, yeah, they would contact adjacent landowners and that we have to provide them with some information, but they contact adjacent landowners and agencies when an appeal is held, letting them know when it's going to run if they want to participate.
Okay, thank you. Blinky lights, go ahead, Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And just a question relating to some of the new permits that are there. I'll just give a story. A couple of days back, I was doing chores out on my farm, and I backed over a calf shelter. I did not have a demolition permit for that. Are those buildings that don't require a development permit still exempt from a demolition permit?
I would say yes. So we are adding it to the fees, but it's actually not, in the new land use bylaw, we're working through the proposed new land use bylaw, if we get there. We are proposing to add some information regarding demolition and what would need permits for demolition within that. Our current land use bylaw doesn't actually address demolition, so basically they wouldn't require anything from us at this point because we have nothing that requires it. We are just adding the fee because in Caroline, they did have the fee on there and some of their bylaws carry over. So until this time, if anything in Caroline came up, they would require through their bylaws for demolition. And then at some point they might require it, but in our case, it would be for commercial type buildings likely and possibly residences within a hamlet where it may be more of a hazard. But generally you do require also a building permit for demolition for safety requirements. So we would not require one for your ran over a calf shelter. If that's not the plan, yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay. There was one across the room. Thank you, Reeve. Outside of the agendas today and in the strategic planning meeting, have these changes been published anywhere else?
Not yet, no, because council hasn't approved them. So we hadn't put them out there because it's up to you to decide what those fees are. There's no requirements for fees, or it's up to council to determine those fees in the MGA. And we kind of went with council's general direction for that 60th percentile for type things with our proposed fees. And then we will advertise them if council should choose to approve them.
Okay, I have one other question. Thank you. I have two Schedule A's here, and I don't see a date on them. Well, on the second one, so page 207 and 197.
Oh, the page numbers aren't coming up on mine, so.
Okay, is the first one current?
So yes, in the item, this is the old one. So the new one, the new schedule follows directly after the bylaw 25004. That Schedule A is the new fees. It has draft on it, this one. And then the other Schedule A is the old one that's attached to the policy that we're asking you to rescind, which is why we included it, just so you could see what the old one said, but also because we're asking you to rescind that policy with those fees attached to it. Hopefully that makes sense.
So we've removed fees for signs, and we've removed fees for short-term rentals?
No. I think we added fees for that. Yeah, so on the draft one, the signs are the last page, I think. I may be wrong. No. No, I can't find it.
Yes, the first one is labeled draft.
Yeah, maybe signs aren't. I thought signs were on there. Oh, there's signage. Under development permits, signage fees. We have $100 there on the very first page. And then the short-term rentals is on the second page. It mentioned, that's just the refund part. It's on the first page as well, right after. It's for the entire dwelling or the portion of the dwelling.
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
one labeled draft is part of the proposed changes?
Yes, correct. And then the other schedule is the one that you're rescinding that doesn't say draft on it.
Okay, I have some more questions, but I think it's fair to let Councillor Meloff
You bet.
have an opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I know I brought it up in October, and I'm sure you're expecting me to bring it up again. Variances. Is there a difference between somebody needing a variance for a couple of inches and somebody, like a very small percentage, and somebody needing a 200% variance?
No, a variance
And
is a variance.
should we consider them being different? Because I think there's a difference between somebody that needs a couple of inches or a foot, just because depending on a hamlet, that's very little, and somebody needing 100+% variances.
Yeah, and that's totally up to council, but a variance is a variance, like it has to be worded in the bylaw that way regardless of what that percentage is. If council so wishes, you could put some sort of number on it. I don't know exactly what you would put on it at this point. Again, in the proposed or draft bylaw, we're looking at possibly introducing a number, which is what a lot of municipalities do, where if it's under a certain percentage, administration could approve the variance, and if it's over a certain percentage, then it would have to go to the Municipal Planning Commission for that variance. So possibly at the time when we approve a new land use bylaw, you could adjust the fees to have two different variances depending on if it could be approved by administration or not. But it just depends on if that new bylaw gets approved and what it says.
Follow up, please. Thank you, Reeve. So my concern is that if it's only gonna cost $100, I might as well get 10 feet instead of 1. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't de-incentivize not sticking to the land use bylaw. And isn't the hope that fees are incentivizing people to follow the system in which is in place, the land use bylaw that's in place? And if the fee doesn't match the amount of the variance, it doesn't seem to de-incentivize anything. It actually would incentivize me to ask for way more because it doesn't cost me any more to do that.
Well, you can request variance, but there's no guarantee that you will get a variance. If that's gonna be up to the body that's making the decision. So there's no guarantee to a variance at all. We're just saying, there's an additional fee to a variance because there is further consideration either by administration or it has to go to the Municipal Planning Commission for further consideration. So most of these fees are not recuperating costs. They're just a little bit of an extra, knowing that that is going to possibly cost us a little bit more for that type of application. It's more that consideration than anything, but there's no guarantee for any variance. There's no requirement for any development authority to grant a variance to the bylaw. It's an option. So whether somebody asks for that variance or not does not mean that they will get it. We could just say no because it doesn't meet the bylaw. And hopefully the incentive is that it's a bylaw and a requirement for them to follow it. And the legalization is now going to be more money. So it's better to get permission than ask for it later.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, would you like to continue with your questions?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes. The signage fee then, is that fixed or portable?
I think it's for any fee that they would require a permit for outside of the minimum. So in our current land use bylaw, there's certain types of signage that are included that don't require a permit if it's like a smaller sign for a building. But if they want to put in larger signs or like a big billboard or something like that, they would require separate development approval for that. So then now we're just have a specific fee for that versus just the development permit fee for that type of use. So we've just kind of identified it independently of a permit, but most signs don't need a permit if they're under a certain square footage. They just can be put up as part of the business or whatever else they get approved for.
Okay.
Hopefully that
I don't recall that part in the land use bylaw, so a portable sign would not need a development permit.
Not likely.
For each time it's placed. Okay, The short-term rentals, is that fee annual or one time?
It's annual, but it's also, that fee is actually also specified in the short-term rental bylaw. It clarifies that, so it's kind of identified in two places. It's just for clarity, mostly in here. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I maybe wasn't paying close enough attention, but when you said you were going through and developing these rates, you polled other municipalities that do the same kinds of fees, and did you mention a 60% number, or was that something I misheard?
Yeah, it was just, it's always kind of been our understanding, that the Council of Clearwater County, you know, with wages and other things, try to be kind of in the middle of the road or the 60th percentile. So when we've previously reviewed the fees, or when I reviewed them back in 2013, 2014, that was kind of the direction then. So we took this similar direction now, where we kind of found what other municipalities were doing and found if our rates were kind of still within that, that range. Yeah.
And if I can just share the impression of that 65th percentile, when that discussion came up, it was meant to be a staff retention tool, something that gave some employer of a desirable employer type status. Now, when we're charging fees, we might want to think on the opposite end of that spectrum, that maybe we want to be less so than the competing municipalities. So maybe we should use the 35% rule for when we set our fee schedules. I'm just playing a bit of devil's advocate to hopefully make sure I understand the rationale behind the fees.
And it's not exactly the 60th, it's just, we're not the lowest of the low, but we're definitely not the highest of the high either for, say, like aggregate extraction or other things. Some of them charge a significant amount, and we try to, you know, put them out that's, you know, somewhere in the middle-ish. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. Sir, you mentioned that we're putting in a legalization fee. I don't know if I missed it or I'm not reading properly.
It's under penalties at the very end. So legalization of development without a permit, it's double the fee that it would generally cost. So if it was a permitted use of 150, it would be double that. And then there's also the fences for short-term rental in there as well. So.
Okay. Yeah. I have to agree. Like, if we want to incentivize people to legalize stuff and or get it beforehand, we would think that we would want our fees to be lower, particularly for things that are already permitted, meaning you need to get a permit for, not permitted as in you don't need, anyway, permitted, whatever. You would think that you would want us to keep that as low as possible, because if they're sitting within the land use bylaw, they just need to come in and make sure you're aware that it's happening, which is basically what the permitted stuff is doing. We would think that we'd want to incentivize them doing that, no?
Yeah, it was just my understanding or direction from council with previous discussions that we wanted to introduce that legalization fee, given that hopefully we could encourage people to come forward and get the permit beforehand, because it would be cheaper for them to get approval versus trying to get permission after the fact.
Yeah, no, I agree that it has to be more when you're legalizing something. I had missed it, so thank you for pointing it out. I mean, still $200 for a 200% variance, maybe not as much as it should be, but for people coming in to get a standard permit, just like if you want to put your shed on because it's permitted in that district, maybe we don't want to charge them the $150. I don't know, just. That way people actually are incentivized to come in and get the permit in the first place.
On average, how many calls would you say that you get for people asking, do they require a development permit in a month? That maybe not need a development permit.
That don't need a permit at all?
But they're still asking, they're still calling.
I don't know, that's really hard because we all just take different phone calls and we don't necessarily have a summary of that. Obviously, there's only limited buildings that don't require permits, like smaller sheds or farm buildings like a Quonset or something of that nature. So we definitely get like some of the agricultural ones where someone will come in and ask, and then we'll clarify that no permit is required. Sometimes we get them to provide the information anyway, just so we can double check. And then if we have it on file and somebody asks about it, we can indicate that it didn't require a permit.
And I would also suggest that maybe sometimes when you ask for that information, just to keep it on file, it actually helps with our fire response, should there be a fire as well. So it's making aware of those buildings that could be in jeopardy too
Yeah,
as well, right?
we have more information that way, so just if any question comes up, or say the property goes for sale down the road and they get an RPR, and we can determine whether that building needed approval prior to or not, we can, in the file, it'll indicate that they asked us and we told them that they didn't require approval, so that's just a check for us too, because if the rules change down the road, depending on when that building was built or something like that, if we've noted that we told them it didn't require a permit at the time of construction based on the current land use bylaw, then that building would be a legal building, or legal non-conforming possibly under a new bylaw, depending on how it's written.
Right.
So it's
Thank
good for our records.
Absolutely. Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
And just one more question for my clarity mostly. Substantial variances would still be referred to the Development Authority?
Yes, yeah, they would, if it was a substantial variance, it would go to the Municipal Planning Commission, and we would likely refer to adjacent landowners and agencies, given that a substantial variance, if we had concerns.
Okay. Any other comments or questions in regards to the fee schedule outlined, presented? All right. I'm looking for a motion to grant first reading. Councillor Lougheed?
I didn't actually have
sorry.
my light, but I'd be pleased to do first reading, I guess, of this.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting first reading, as it is a step forward from what we had before. I would love us to dig in and look more at the legalization one potentially in the future when this is reviewed again. I know as sitting on Municipal Planning Commission, it can be quite frustrating when we don't bulldoze things, nor do I expect us to bulldoze something, but there should be a penalty when somebody builds something without a permit, more than just a double the fee, which is $200 if they're getting a variance. So anyway, I think that's something that we could definitely review. And in the future, if we do want to try to incentivize development, potentially in and around our hamlets, we can look at putting in incentivization bylaw that could coincide with this for development bylaws for incentivizing taxes or fees or whatever. We can do that alongside this if we want to in the future. So it doesn't tie our hands there.
Thank you. Good comments in regards to that. I like that as well. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? First reading. That's carried. Now looking for a motion for second reading. Okay, thank you, Councillor Melhoff. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried as well. Looking for permission to go to third reading. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have one concern about granting third reading here. The regulation requiring some time in between is to give the public an opportunity to comment. And, you know, this has not been published very much for people to notice or comment. So having the public an opportunity to comment on this bylaw, to me, is essential.
Okay. Ms. Gillum, a question for you. In the MGA, does it reference public engagement in regards to setting?
No, this type of bylaw doesn't require the public engagement. It's just up to council. Like the MGA allows them to adopt fees for a variety of services provided, and we're proposing this bylaw, but there's no requirement for a public hearing for this type of bylaw. So it's totally up to council if they decide to proceed with third today or do anything additional, but yeah. There's no requirement for feedback from landowners regarding the fees.
Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeves. Normally, I would 100% agree with you that we need to get as much public input as we can. I don't know what type of public input we'd be looking for, because I think the public input you're typically gonna get from a fee schedule is never ever implement one. So really, like, I don't know that it's necessarily as constructive, because the point of a fee schedule is to make sure the person doing the application is the one that's paying for at least a portion of the administrative cost of doing the application, or at least that's my understanding of it. And I don't know that you'd get necessarily very helpful feedback, but if you want us to go to the public, we can do that too, because I'm team public engagement as well. I just don't know if it's for this type of bylaw. It makes much sense.
Okay. So the motion's on the floor for permission for third. Councillor Northcott?
No, just for Councillor Racketh. I see a lot of this is comparable to neighboring municipalities, and there's always the opportunity if residents have a issue, you know, with something that's in this, we can always bring it back for to amend it or revise it, I suppose.
Yep. All right, I'll call the question for permission for third. All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Gibson makes the motion for third reading. All those in favor? And that motion's carried too. Thank you very much for the presentation. I do see it is time, so could we take our lunch break now for 40 minutes? Oh, sorry, Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, sorry. So the bylaw rescinds the Caroline bylaw, but I think you have to independently make a motion regarding rescinding the policy of the county fees previously. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
I should have gone back to
The
scroll back up,
recommendation,
yes.
yeah.
So we have one more motion to make in that agenda item, and that is to rescind the current Clearwater County Development Fee Schedule and Fees for Printed Materials Policy. So, Councillor Loggy?
I would make that motion as you outlined.
Perfect. I'll call, one question, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Why did we previously have it as a policy and now it's a bylaw? Because now we're rescinding a policy, but we adopted a bylaw.
Yeah, I was just advised that a bylaw was better for this type of thing because there's just more enforcement there and it makes more sense. And it was done as a policy before because that's what it was before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Makes sense. All right, I'll call the question to rescind the old policy. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we've completed that item and we are going to take a lunch break now for 40 minutes, please. And welcome back. We've just come back from lunch. We're at agenda item 5.8 is the Municipal Planning Commission MPC bylaw 25/021. And I will turn it over to Ms. Gillum, please.
Thank you. Christine and I put this item together, mostly Christine, but she's not here, so I'm gonna present it and hopefully we can get through this. As council will recall, following feedback from a Clearwater County Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting on September 16th, 2024, council adopted a revised MPC bylaw 118324 on October 22nd of 2024. At that time, changes to the MPC bylaw included removal of mention of the minister and requirement for a member appointed by the minister to be in attendance at the meetings for development notes, addition of electronic participation in communications per the procedures bylaw, permission for MPC chairperson to sign on behalf of MPC on decisions for second and third title subdivisions out per the municipal development plan, and approvals for land use amendments through council. Explanation and clarification of closed portions of meetings per the MGA section 197. And then change to MPC appointment terms for public members being increased to allow for up to a 2-year term. As of January 1st, 2025, Clearwater County amalgamated with the Village of Caroline, and both Municipal Planning Commission bylaws came along with the municipality. Planning Administration reviewed the Village of Caroline bylaw 503, which is from 1995, and noted the following differences from the county's MPC bylaw: member term of 1 year, number of members is 3, and the committee member conduct clauses. Staff felt that the village's MPC bylaw variations are not material to the new municipality, Clearwater County, as the number of members and term length were discussed and were previously determined in October 2024, and MPC member conduct would be governed under the Code of Conduct bylaw. The village's MPC bylaw can be repealed with the new consolidated MPC bylaw 25020, draft attached. So administration recommends council consider providing 3 readings of Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 25020 to repeal the 2 existing bylaws, 118324 for Clearwater County and 1995-503 for the Village of Caroline, creating a new Municipal Planning Commission bylaw for the new municipality, Clearwater County. And that's kind of it for me, unless you have any questions.
Yes. So open the floor to questions, or we can start the discussion surrounded by a motion for first reading. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I see the potential for a perceived conflict between around electronic communications, in that we say we can use that, and then in 513 we use the word present. That if we could somehow redefine in there that it is present in person or virtually, as being present has the connotation of being in person, just to design out a potential problem.
Okay. 5.3.
So 5.12 might be the easiest to change. It says only those members of the commission present at a meeting shall vote on any matter. And we could just add only those members of the commission present in person or virtually shall vote on any matter, so that there is no vagueness around the meaning. Oh, sorry, 5.12.
5.12
Of the new bylaw, yeah.
Yes,
of the new bylaw?
and 5.9.
5.9 says electronic communications may be used to hold committee meetings, but then 5.12 says only those members of the commission present at a meeting of the commission shall vote on. So do we need to clarify that present means virtually and or?
Yeah, and in this bylaw, I believe it references the electronic components as noted in the procedure bylaw.
It does,
And the
yeah.
procedure bylaw states that a member is considered present
if they are attending virtually or in person. But that clause can definitely be added to 5.12 if you're wanting more, if council is wanting more clarity.
Okay.
But it would just be restating what's already in the procedure bylaw.
Right.
Councillor
But
Gibson?
not in this bylaw.
So not the word attendance work, because that could be either or.
In attendance?
That could work too.
Yeah, because you're attending it, doesn't matter if you're attending it virtually or in person. It's just you're attending it.
Sure. In attendance, okay. So it would be for 5.12 and 5.13, where the word present is in both those phrases?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To change it to in attendance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 5.9 could stay the way it is and just change 5.12.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions in regards to this? Councillor Melho?
Thank you, Reeve. How would that work for the tours then? Do you still have to be considered, like, do you have to have attended the tours in order to vote? Because then virtual presence wouldn't work if you had to have attended the tours in order to be considered a voting representative. But if you don't have to have gone on the tours, then virtual attendance and voting is absolutely fine. And then just attendance is a great
Yeah, the bylaw doesn't indicate anything regarding the tours, nor is it a requirement. We just feel sometimes that it's helpful, but all the information is presented the same whether we tour the site or not, because there's many applications you know of that we don't actually tour. So I think as long as they're in attendance for the presentation of the information and the decision, then it's okay. The tour is just, it's kind of just a visual versus us trying to do a video or pictures. It gives sometimes a better idea, but it's not a requirement.
For sure.
And it's not technically, the meeting is not technically operating during the tour.
Yeah, no, we now call to order after the tours. But I just wanted to confirm, because I know that they do tours, and I don't want that to be negatively impacted if we change anything, because the tours are extremely important, I think, for the decision making. So just wanted to double check, and then changing the word to attendance, I'm good with that then.
Okay, Councillor Northcott?
I'd asked for a review with the Municipal Planning Commission some time ago, but I was just wondering if there'd be an opportunity to have that information that came out of that review as background information for this.
Yeah, I believe Christine presented that sometime. I don't have it handy. I don't know where she has that saved, so I wouldn't be able to do anything today. But we could come back if that's what council wishes.
When this was adopted, the first time
The findings in that review?
Yeah, for the first time we adopted this, yeah. That would have been
October of last year.
Last year, yeah.
October 22nd, 2024.
Might have to go back to that agenda day on the thing. Go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Oh, thanks, Reeve. An example being, Councillor Northcott, you had suggested they should be open meetings, and that has been changed to be reflected in the bylaw that was adopted in October, and that is how they are run. They are open meetings. That's one of the changes that was made based on the information we received during that review. Just as an example of one of the changes.
Okay. Go ahead, and Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Lyon.
I guess, just thinking a little bit too, with Councillor Gibson, I don't know if she had the opportunity to have that information for that, what had came out of that review. So if it could be provided as background information for Councillor Gibson, maybe what I was thinking, but.
If I read that or not, for sure.
You've had some much extra work since about September of last year.
Yes, I would have to go and have a look at it, but yes, I could look into it.
Okay. Councillor Lyon?
Thank you. One of the phrases I have noticed in recent terms of reference for some of our other committees is a phrase that says that this particular committee remains accountable to council and to the council code of conduct as well. Is that captured in the here? Am I missing that somewhere? And the reason I even mention that is I know that there is quite often sensitive material that is held in confidence with the Municipal Planning Commission. I want to ensure we've kind of captured that accountability within this document.
Says, I don't know if it would cover it or not. 515 says any procedures not covered in Part 17 in the Act or this bylaw, the Commission may establish procedures for the conduct of meetings or refer to the procedures bylaw. Would it be covered in the procedures bylaw, Tracy?
Say?
The Municipal Planning Commission is a committee established by council. The Code of Conduct references that all members of council and members of council committees are held to the Code of Conduct that's written in the bylaw. It is not specifically stated in each of the bylaws that establishes those individual committees, but that Code of Conduct bylaw is the overarching bylaw for all councillors and all council committee members. So to answer your question, no, it's not specifically referenced in each of the council committees bylaws, but it is in the Code of Conduct bylaw.
As a group, do we believe it would be beneficial to be explicit within this? We do have public members regularly appointed to this committee. I think as council members, we're very aware of the Code of Conduct. We're very aware of the confidentiality and the trust that's placed in us as councillors. Sometimes we have to be more explicit in our language so that those community appointed members or council appointed members from the community or members at large understand the responsibility they hold to and that they are ultimately accountable for their actions. I just want to avoid future misunderstandings if possible.
I would like to note too, in 5.27 of the bylaw, it does say information presented in any discussion occurred during a closed session must be held in confidence by those in attendance during the closed session. And then anything else being presented is an open meeting. So I think that would cover it as well, or in addition to, but it's totally up to you guys if you want to make any changes.
I'm looking at your whereas phrase, like right at the beginning, right? And it says it's, provides that a council is authorized to establish the Municipal Planning Commission. I'm just wondering if it should be referenced and it flows into that, yeah. I guess, right there.
Yeah, definitely. That could be a spot. Yeah. Also, another area would be under the membership and term, under the rules and special provisions, and then just there could be an addition of 5.8 that all members are held held accountable as per the Code of Conduct bylaw. Yep, definitely it can be added in if that's what council wishes to amend the bylaw to.
Okay. Councillor Cermak, then I'll go to Councillor Northcote.
I think that 5.8 should be put in all of our committees, because I think a lot of people, members at large, do not quite understand that when you tell them that they are under our Code of Conduct. And they said, well, no, we're not. And yes, they are. So I think that 5.8 is good to have in everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Northcote.
Yeah, I looked back to the October 22nd agenda, but I'd asked for a review, like an overarching review to make sure that the proper procedures had been being followed with the Municipal Planning Commission. That information was not in that agenda package. So I was just wondering if the review that was completed, I think it was in 2023, I'd asked for that. Even to give, to identify that subdivision of land has been appropriately allocated and that policy has not been abused in the past. Yeah, I just wanted, I did make that motion, but I've never seen the results of that review for the Municipal Planning Commission.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I was just gonna agree that the 5.8, all appointees are subject to code of conduct. I'm sure you can put it all in the proper legislative term, but I think that, and I agree that we should add it to all of the terms of references for our boards. I do remember going through the stuff with Director Haggart, because we typically do a strategic planning meeting and then do a council meeting. Would it have been in the strategic planning meeting? Because I remember us going through it all, and Ms. Haggart brought a big list of even comparables with other municipalities and how they do their municipal planning commission, whether it's open or closed. Like there's a big table with all of that information. As far as like the subdivision stuff, I know that I don't believe that was something that was brought forward, but like how municipal planning commissions function and how the MGA allows them to function, that was all brought forward. Maybe it was at a strategic planning and not at a council meeting, but I know it was. But as far as your other stuff, the subdivision stuff, I don't think so.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then we'll go to Councillor Lyon.
Yes, because of that discussion, we did start having open meetings, the meetings that were open to the public directly because of that review. That's another question I have is, you know, it is quite onerous for every item to go into closed session, have a deliberation, come out, a motion to come out, make a motion, and carry on. Would the MGA allow the agenda to have each item closed session for deliberation, where, you know, we could skip some of the obvious motions that we're doing now? It takes up a lot of time.
You mean like to go through a consent agenda? So you're thinking to have...
Well, I'm thinking so that for each item on the agenda, we say, you know, closed session for deliberation, and we pass the agenda, and then we can just go straight in and out.
My understanding that was discussed with the commission, with the members, and it was, the agenda was set that way so that after each item, the committee could go into closed session to deliberate on that specific item, so that all of the information was fresh in their minds and that they could, you know, have an easy flow for a decision-making process. The other option is to have the members go through all of the items in open session and then to close the meeting for deliberations on each of those items. And neither way is right or wrong. It truly is up to the committee to decide on the best practice for their meetings and to enable them for efficient decision-making. So it's not something that really needs to be addressed in the bylaw. That would be just a meeting best practice that the members could discuss and decide amongst themselves how they would like that meeting to flow.
Okay, I think Councillor Melhoff has something to add to this.
I was just trying to give some clarity, because I don't think you're saying we're not to do it that way. I think what you're saying is that not to have to do a motion for every single, to go in and go out, that part of it. I don't know that the MGA would allow for that. I would have to look at it specifically, and I'm pretty sure you need to motion independently going in and coming out every single time. I don't think that you can approve an agenda and say that you don't have to have those motions because you've approved the agenda. I could be wrong, and I'll look to the legislative people, but I think we have to make those motions every time, if I'm understanding what you're trying to accomplish.
That is correct. Like, a motion to go into closed session needs to be made every time. And the reasoning for doing that is so that it allows time for any members or any public in attendance. It allows them time to leave the meeting room. And then after a motion is made to go back into open session, it also allows time for the public members to rejoin that meeting. So yes, it is a requirement to go, to have those motions.
And I just went through my emails and past things, and we did review this back in 2023, because I picked up 2 emails from public saying that we had done the MPC review, and that would have been in April of 2023, in that range. So that, whatever that strategic planning meeting was back there, so I'll have to, haven't found the exact, but when I find the exact, I will gladly share. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Unless people have more questions, I would make the motion for first reading. The changes that were made to this particular bylaw in October were positive, and I think that the integration of the village's bylaw is not that much different than this one, so I think that that just re-adopting this one is appropriate.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, do you have a comment? Oh, okay.
Nope, it's
Okay.
a good document for the most part, and I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor Northcott?
I was just wondering if just third title wasn't favorable for the development of the 2023 MDP, but I was just wondering if we could remove in 5.2.4 for the authorization of the signature of the second and third titles. Could we remove the third titles?
If it's passed at home at a subdivision, if it's passed, who's gonna sign it?
Who signs them currently?
The chair? You. Okay, I'm just looking for procedure. I've gotta go back to my thing, sorry. What number again, sorry? 5.24? Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Adding the signature from the chair for second and third titles removes the red tape of having to go through the entire municipal planning commission process to endorse a decision that council's already approved. It's simply removing red tape. That decision had already been voted on by council. Municipal planning commission won't go around what council has already approved. It's different if it's a development permit that needs to have a bunch of conditions on it. But a subdivision permit, it's adding a bunch of red tape if you're gonna make every subdivision permit that was already endorsed by council, then have to go to municipal planning commission for endorsement. So this was merely to remove red tape and administrative burden for adding another agenda item.
Councillor Northcott?
I guess they just had an effort to try and remove that third title as it wasn't desired. It really wasn't desirable from what I had witnessed through all the surveys and everything for the development of the MDP. So I guess I was just trying to trying to remove that third title.
Okay.
Just be adding another administrative burden because that's not the process. Like, this is a procedural, not a statutory municipal development plan document. It's a municipal planning commission, it's procedural.
Okay, So we have first reading on the floor for the draft MPC bylaw. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for a second. Councillor Ratcliffe makes that motion. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion's carried. Looking for permission for third. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Councillor Northcott, point taken. It was an opportunity for you to try to remove third title. Procedurally, what do you see wrong in the bylaw? Because this is a procedure-based, commission-based bylaw. This is not statutory plan-based. So procedurally, what are you not liking? Because I might be missing something that we should have in here. So procedurally, what do you don't like?
Councillor Northcott.
There's a lot of improvements I think that could be made to the Municipal Planning Commission. I haven't had the opportunity to sit there, so I've
Yes,
only
you did.
got
First
for
term.
the first year, and I haven't had any support to sit on there ever after that. The agendas were not open to the public when
They
I
are now.
sat there. They are now because I
Absolutely.
I raised that concern. Residents of Clearwater County were not, only if you were adjacent landowners, you'd be notified of development that was happening, which isn't appropriate. The residents should know what is happening in the community. There's members of the public spoke at the MDP hearing, and they identified, actually one individual there, he spoke very well. There's always reasons to approve subdivision of land, but there's no consideration, or very little consideration, if any, for any long-term consequences or long-term effects. But there's always reasons to justify it and move ahead. So even the meetings, I wanted to come in here and watch a meeting one day and I couldn't. Staff told me I couldn't. So if that was where I couldn't, I don't think that's appropriate. If people want to come in and view and, be involved with decision-making and development in the community, they should have that opportunity to come in and view that. So, but I've never seen an overarching review, like a cold eyes review of this Municipal Planning Commission. I think there's a lot of improvements that could be made to this, and I don't know if the policies and it's been properly ran. So that's why I have concerns about this.
For sure. So the two different actual procedural-based things that you brought up as concerns were changes that were made and are reflected in this document.
Yeah,
So my question was what procedural, because that's what this bylaw is for, is how the Municipal Planning Commission actually operates and is appointed to, et cetera. Do you want to change in this document? Because now's your time to do it.
Yeah. So if I only sat on the MPC for that short little window and I identified those things there and then, I haven't had the opportunity to be involved with any more meetings. So if I identified those in that little time, I'm sure there's more improvements that could be made. But I don't sit there. So I'll just leave it at that.
But, sorry, Reeve. So if you're not giving them suggestions on what to actually change, other than the stuff that you've suggested and has been changed, how will coming back for a third reading another day be beneficial when you're not suggesting amendments to the document?
Councillor Northcott.
I've asked for a review. If you go back and look at it, this will be my last comment. You can have your opinion, I'll have mine. I've asked for a cold eyes review on this from an outside source or anybody else rather than somebody sitting at this council table, and I have not seen a review in that depth. So that review would identify probably a lot more improvements that could be made to that. So at this point in time, I don't have any more to offer.
All right, so before we carry on, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you. and welcome back from our quick break. And so we were discussing the MPC Municipal Planning Commission bylaw, and I was going to go to Ms. Gillum.
Thank you.
A comment.
Yeah, so just based on questions that came up from Councillor Northcott, I was searching and did find that in September of 2023, Christine had written an item, and basically it brought back the motions that were made by Councillor Northcott regarding MPC. And it just states that, like, in order to proceed with actions with council effectively, administration reviewed or did their due diligence to have legal counsel review for clarity of legal boundaries of an MPC review, and before formally proceeding with further scoping out a review project and determining costs with third-party contractors. So they had legal review in July of 2023. And administration summarized the legal opinion as that request the MPC provide report with respect to operations and activities, amend the MPC bylaw to require an annual MPC internal report to council, and or MPC requirement to provide further details in terms of reasons for decisions, which we have brought reasons forward now as part of our presentations, and then submit a request to the minister for an inspection of the MPC. The legal opinions reflected that these three options should be carried out sequentially if council so desires and as appropriate. So that was kind of where that came forward. So we did a legal review, and this is what they had recommended versus going to an independent contractor. So
Okay. All right. So permission from our third was defeated, so we'll bring this back at the next council meeting for third reading.
Okay.
Okay. Now moving on to the agenda to new business. It's the office of the CAO. So item 6.1.1 is the eggs and community service appointments. And I'll go to Ms. Haight.
Thank you. This item is fairly straightforward. It's just to appoint Tina as the agricultural fieldman for a term effective from March 11th, 2025 to October 30th, 2025, at which time then during council's organizational meeting, annual appointments will be made.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott? Okay. Councillor?
I'll make the motion as per staff recommendation.
Thank you. So, Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I support the motion, absolutely. However, if we didn't know the people that we're appointing, like, obviously we've worked with this particular individual for several years, but we're appointing people that we don't actually know their credentials and if they actually meet the requirements to be an egg fieldman. So how would that work in the future if we're appointing people that we actually don't even know who they are? Obviously I know Benita, so it's different, but if we don't know who they are, how do we know if they're qualified for us to give them an appointment?
Right. That is covered administratively. The job position would specifically state that credentials would be required in order to fill out any necessary appointments made by council. And so that is an administrative nature, and it is, so when the person's name comes forward for council's appointment, it's already been reviewed and by administration, and thus the following recommendation.
Thank you.
All right. So a motion on the floor to appoint Bettina Van Nudrik as the egg fieldman for the effective term. Any other comment? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on then to item 6.1.2. It's the 2025 municipal election, returning officer, substitute returning officer appointments, and joint election services agreements. And again, Ms. Haight.
Thank you. Again, this item is fairly straightforward. It's just intentions is to dot the i's and crosses the t's. The appointment of returning officer, although it is noted in the order of council, administration is recommending that we have the appointment recorded in council's regular meeting minutes. Also, the appointment of a substitute returning officer is required by the Municipal Government Act. The agreements with the school divisions are standard procedures. Both the Local Authorities Election Act allows for municipalities to work with school divisions to help cut down on costs. And the attached agreement is a draft. It just outlines the services that are shared. And essentially, it comes down to the municipalities and the school boards will share voting stations. The municipalities will basically handle giving out the ballots and collecting the ballots and counting the ballots, and that the school boards will pay as per invoice for any election costs incurred to handle their elections.
I have a question in regards, so should the province decide that they want to put out their public questions to this, how much more onerous is this on us, and what is the compensation, if any? And how does that get handled?
Well, it's very similar to the last election. I believe that there were 2 referendum questions asked. It depends on the questions, I believe. At the last election, the one question regarding daylight savings times did stir up some confusion. All in all, I think it did go smoothly. And as for additional workload, yes, but it isn't catastrophic. It's something that's doable, and as long as the election workers are trained up, then things progress smoothly.
Thank you for that. I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be at least 2.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything yet, but
there has to be a certain amount of time leading to where they disclose, because they're not, like, is it 30 days or is it longer than that?
Not that I'm aware of. If I'm not aware of any timelines, but usually, like, we know well in advance that there is a possibility, and we have yet to hear of anything that is coming down.
Well, we have RMA next week. I think that's a
maybe.
bear pick question.
Yeah.
Anyways, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. That actually brings up a question with regards to one of our own plebiscite questions. Are we going to be putting one in? I know that Councillor Northcott has suggested a number of times that we should be potentially looking at an elected mayor. And it's been said the last time that was considered, it was a plebiscite question. So my suggestion would be that if it was going to be considered to be changed, then it should be, again, a plebiscite question to get the opinion of the community. And on top of that, we're considering a ward review, or not considering it. We have to do a ward review after the next election. So that would be the time to then implement the elected mayor if we were to do that. Are we considering a plebiscite question, or is that a different agenda item? Or a plebiscite?
From what I understand, and I would need to confirm this, I do believe that a plebiscite question proposed by a municipality needs to be, like a bylaw needs to be passed before December 31st, the year prior to a general election. So we are past that timeline. It could definitely be a question after the next election. And like Councillor Malhoff referenced, during the planned ward review.
But then it's too late. Because it can't be a plebiscite then.
Well, it wouldn't, it's too late for this coming election, but it wouldn't be too late for the next one.
But if you're doing a ward review, and so, sorry, Reeve, if I may.
Yeah.
If we're doing the ward review, we should find out if the people want an elected mayor first. Because otherwise you have to do a ward review again if they say yes in the 4 years later in the next election. If we're spending the money to do the ward review, we have to do it after an amalgamation. We should find out before then if the people want an elected mayor or not. Otherwise, we have to do a ward review again. If we want to keep it 7, we'd have to do a ward review again. To have one be an elected chief elected official and 6 wards at that point. We'd have to do a whole on ward review again. Or we need to ask people at this election if they want that before the ward review. And I know that like Councillor Northcott's brought this up a number of times.
Well, I think it would depend whether or not you have a plebiscite question regarding the election of a reeve by the people or by council, and the timing of that in conjunction with the ward review would depend upon council's decisions regarding that election of the chief elected official. Council could still have 7 wards, and the question to ask the public is do they want council to elect a, do they want the people to elect the reeve, or do they want council to elect the reeve? And it sort of works hand in hand with the ward review, because you could still have 7 wards.
And then chief elected official, making it 8?
Out of those 7 wards, you could decide on whether council wanted to elect the chief elected official or if they wanted the people. Like, I'm not explaining it very well.
I know we brought up a plebiscite question a number of times, and now we've missed the window.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess for me, I'm going to interrupt.
it's like, okay, I can appreciate frustration with thinking that you have missed the window. However, that window was completely covered with amalgamation and everything else that was going on. And at that time, decisions regarding the election, some of them had to be made prior to December 31st. And this, like the old Clearwater County Council, could not make any decisions impacting the previous municipality. So while I appreciate the frustration, it's like there is plenty of time, and it makes plenty of sense to have those questions dealt with in this upcoming term, if that helps to explain.
I have a question for you. Can this council hold a plebiscite any time in their term?
Certainly.
There, so.
Certainly.
Well, if we're gonna go over different things, it's just, stack it up, so. I guess that's where I understand they're coming to vote anyways, but there's an opportunity to have a plebiscite to ask that very question, maybe after our first year in, or after that first year or second year, whatever that looks like. But great question. Thanks for bringing that up, because I was, I'm more concerned about the possibility of provincial referendum questions and how long we're gonna get bogged down that. They should play the same rules. I agree. We should have that. All right. So Tracy Lynn Ms. Haight has a couple of staff recommendations there for motions. Looking for a motion to appoint the county's returning officer for the municipal election, effective dates. Councillor Melhoff?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I'll make the first staff recommendation. I'm appointing Tracy Haight as Clearwater County's returning officer for 2025 municipal election for a term effective January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. But I do have a question. Now that the elections run all the time, why are we putting an end date? We should just say, you're the returning officer, period. Because now we have to have them all the time, because come January 1st of 2026, people can already put it in their notice of intent, so we have to have a returning officer. So why don't we just say, you're the returning officer? Is that, or do we have to have dates?
No, I suppose not. I suppose dates aren't required. So if you would like to just.
Can I
Yep, you
quickly,
can
like,
you can
friendly
amend
amend
your
and remove the
motion.
dates?
Absolutely.
And have Tracy Haight as Clearwater County's returning officer?
There you go. That sounds good.
Unless dates are 100% required, I think that just makes the most sense, because come January 1st, 2026, we just have to appoint you again, because nomination period opens again.
Yeah. With the new rules.
With the new rule.
Exactly. Any other comments or questions on that? I'll ask the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. We've got a substitute. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
And I would make the motion appointing Michael Burton as Clearwater County's substitute returning officer, period.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we probably have a start date though.
Yep. Would we need a start date to that? Or does it matter? It would become effect as the motion would come into effect, so.
And for one, she'll bring it back next week.
There you go, next time. All right, any other comments or questions on that? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, and we do have another motion in regards to that the Clearwater County enters into a joint election service agreements with Wildrose School Division, Wolf Creek Public Schools, and Red Deer Catholic School Division for the 2025 Board of Trustees election.
I'll say it again.
Yeah, sounds great. Councillor Lougheed makes a motion. All those, oh, question? Yeah, no, that's okay. Councillor Melhoff, that's okay.
Thanks, Rube. If we can so easily enter into a joint election services agreement with the school boards, why can we not do the exact same thing with the federal government? We're scheduled for the same day, October 20th, for a federal election. It'd be significantly more efficient and conservatively fiscally responsible to have them all on the same day, provided we don't have them like right away. Like, I'm team do this right away if we can. But if not, if they're steadfast to October 20th, why can we not just have the exact same agreement and have us, the federal government, and the school boards elected same time, same place, same electoral ballot people, what are they called again, I'm sorry? Elections officers. Can we not just make the exact same motion and have it so that?
We gotta talk to our parents.
I'm just,
yeah, I
if
agree.
it's so easy to do it here, it should be very easy to do it. Like, what is allowing us to have this mechanism? Because we need the same mechanism then to make it efficient across the whole board.
Great question. All right, so we have our motion on the floor in regards to the school trustees election. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Now we're going to move on into item 6.1.3, which is the draft policy revisions for the councillor member remuneration, councillor attendance for conferences and conventions, annual meetings, and professional development courses, and council travel and subsistence. Ms. Haight.
So before you is the draft council member remuneration policy. The policy statement has been revised just for clarity. The purpose also revised. Some of the wording that was in the previous policy has been moved to policy statement, and also vice versa. Some of the wording and the purpose has been moved to the policy statement. Is there anything in the policy statement or the purpose that council would like to amend?
Councillor Lougheed.
Just having reviewed it, this is on page 238 of 323. kind of second paragraph, and I'll just read it. It's recognized that, this is referring to counselors, that it's recognized their time commitment is equivalent to full-time employment, and that the official duties of council members often occur outside of regular work hours, taking them away from personal responsibilities. They kind of, my experience is most council duties fall within work hours. I mean, today we're here from 9 till God only knows when. That's work hours, and it excludes people from gainful employment in that period of time. I'm just not sure if that's what we wanted to convey there, or I think inside and outside of work hours maybe might be better, because I know we also go to committee meetings, you know, in the evening, social commitments outside of that, but it's somehow suggesting here that the only duties occur outside of regular work hours, and I don't know if that's necessarily accurate. Maybe it's just my sense around that that's inaccurate, but.
Bring up a good point. In other words, what you're saying is we don't have a schedule,
Well,
other than the
I
mandatory.
mean, when we try to encourage people to step up for public service,
Absolutely.
don't want to give them the wrong impression that, you know, it's a 9 to 5,
Yeah.
or it is a 9 to 5 either. So, because it's certainly not, but there's a huge time commitment there to do it, as the people that surround me do the job so well. There's a huge time commitment there.
I will have to commend you with, in regards to the meals. I finally have increased with inflation, because we all know how much a breakfast can cost nowadays. I haven't seen an $11 breakfast even through McDonald's, so anyways, but, so with that, any other comments or questions? Thank you for the list of conferences. I tried to think, there's a few in there that I missed, so in that regard, so I think we've identified that. Go ahead.
So did council wish to change the wording in the policy statement, second paragraph?
I agree. I agree with Councillor
Okay,
Lougheed.
and that would change to can often occur inside and outside of regular service?
Yep.
Okay. And no changes in the purpose?
No, I think it's, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Well, just a
Sorry.
quick comment.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
I know you noted that there was an adjustment of the meal subsistence number. Hopefully so that I can articulate the rationale behind the change in numbers to the public, because I see, I think those things are much more in line. The one at $60-some dollars.
Sorry, just so that I can keep up, are we jumping ahead to the travel and subsistence policy?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, did I
Okay.
get ahead of myself?
No.
Because I can certainly be quiet for a little while.
Okay. So, and you're referring to the meals. Yes, again, there's options here for council to consider. The first option is to use the federal government's meal allowance for employees, and that is the breakfast at $24.90, lunch at $25.20, and supper at $61.85 for that daily total. The other option is that there be a flat rate, and that is as per the CRA guidelines for personal income tax expenses, which of course are a little different. They're quite a bit cheaper using a flat rate meal of $23 or a maximum of $69 per day. So this is, I've included both in the draft policy for council to discuss and decide if they wanted to use one of those options, or if council wanted to come up with completely different figures or continue to use the previous figures. Okay.
Did you want to speak to this? Yes, no? No?
Yes, but I actually was put back.
Oh, okay. Did you? We'll stay on this subject if we could, just enough, so, and we'll go back after, if we could.
All right, something,
Councillor Ratcliffe.
thank you, and thank you. Something I didn't see in here is mileage and meals when meeting with constituents.
Miles and meals for
Meetings with constituents?
meeting with constituents.
I believe it was in the old one.
No, I don't recall there being anything in the previas policy, and no, there's nothing included in this new one. I'm not that I'm aware of. It's, I believe that the meals allowance for counselors is while they are attending meetings or while they are traveling. There's never been a reference that I know of for meals with constituents or during constituent meetings.
Okay, because if I go to Nordegg for a meeting, I'm at least 2 hours plus the meeting time.
I think that would classify as a meeting without it specifically referencing constituents. Like, are you referring to?
It's not a council meeting.
Are you referring to meetings with individual constituents?
Yes.
Or with like a group?
Well, I usually try to arrange a group if I'm doing that.
Okay,
But some of them would be with one individual.
okay. No, that's not been specifically referenced, so definitely, I guess that would be a council decision if they wanted to include that in the policy.
Or else I'm eating that mileage for lunch.
That's the territory that you're running in. Some of us have more than others. I have a big leg too to the north, so if I have to meet somebody up there, it's mileage. So,
yeah.
So, I understand the thing, or you're bringing a bag lunch, one of the two. So, something like that as well. So, or what does other councillors feel? Is this something when you're traveling to meet a constituent? Are you got a ways to go? Or are you going to? Is this something that this council wants to charge for mileage? That I was under the assumption too, as far as the salary, that was part of the coverage as well. But maybe somebody who has other interpretations, Councillor Northcott.
There is a base salary rate, so if that's included, I think it's fine if meetings with residents is just included in the base salary rate for the month.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Oops. Sorry. Yes, that is clear. The meetings with constituents, the time is included in the base salary. But I'm talking about mileage and any meals that may be incurred.
Okay. So that would be. I have two here. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm fine with that. my issue is how do we track it then? Like because every month we have to approve, like put up our hand and approve remuneration statements. How do we then track that? Like how can we confirm that in some way then?
It says meeting with constituent.
Okay.
And it probably should say in Northegg.
Right?
I would be okay if it was receipt submitted.
For
Yeah.
getting fuel in Nordegg or whatever.
Or the meal. Whatever it is, breakfast, lunch, whatever. Even if it's whatever, I guess it's more red tape, but at the end of the day, I agree. How do you track that?
Because Nordegg is quite far, so I recognize the challenge and to make sure that you're getting out to David Thompson out there as well, because that is the place that you represent them as well, or Deputy Reeves Cermak getting out to the Yahatinda Ranch. Like those are, it can be quite onerous and quite far. So then, like, how do we then as council ensure that those things have happened? Like, I don't know. Granted, how do we do that already? So we're wanting to add something like that in there, or?
Yeah, so what is the
Salary rate, or?
Councillor
That's
Cermak?
included in the meetings. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think when you go and talk to, you should get your mileage out of it, but I think it's in your monthly salary that you're gonna talk to them.
Yeah.
I think. I go to the yacht and I don't even charge mileage. I sometimes forget. But I don't think you charge your time at all.
No.
I think mileage is quite
Mileage.
acceptable.
We're also at Councillor Ratcliffe suggested a meal too. So charge a mileage and a meal.
And if, would this also include the drop-in sessions?
The meal?
Yes, because that would, like you're meeting with constituents during the drop-in sessions, so would this expenses for meeting constituents, would it also include expenses for the drop-in sessions?
Do you mean as far as mileage goes?
Yes,
For
as far as
meals?
mileage and as far as meal expenses.
I would,
Because I'm just looking at it, like the drop-in sessions, the purpose was to meet with constituents. So right now I have like travel is approved as per the following. Counselors by appointment of council, when expenses are incurred while fulfilling board committee duties or by authorization of council, when expenses are incurred while attending meetings, constituent meetings, drop-in sessions, like is that what I'm adding to this policy?
Councillor Gibson?
My question is, what was done like last year? How was the drop-in centers handled last year?
The drop-in sessions were counselors, that was part of their salary base.
Okay, so did they charge mileage?
Yes.
I couldn't be certain, like,
Okay,
yeah.
I feel it's part of your salary. That's how I feel with it, and meals are, I guess it depends when you set it up. Mine are 1 to 4, so there's, would be no meal in there, but I would say it's part of your salary. Except for mileage.
just the time. You're saying just the time is part of the salary that you spend?
I wouldn't charge for it because I would say it was part of the salary except for mileage if you had to drive, so.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor North?
Yeah, as far as the mileage goes, I wouldn't want it to be a barrier, like residents do want to have access to a councillor, so if the mileage and the fuel and all the expense for travel, could be a barrier. Yeah, and the mileage rate isn't extremely high either, so it's to cover the fuel and the wear and tear on your vehicle to have and to have the residents have accessibility to a counselor to come look at those sometimes, you know, firsthand things that they want us to see, so.
Okay. Councillor Mello?
I agree with Councillor Northcott that I wouldn't want it to be a barrier either. So that the time, like the hours for drop-ins, et cetera, those are in my opinion in your salary, and that's how I've been utilizing them. But the mileage itself to get to your drop-in sessions, to be the one available, I think that it's perfectly appropriate to charge for the mileage, but the time itself not to be. And as for meals, it's 3 hours. Why would we be charging a meal for our drop-in session anyway?
Well, like under the principles in the policy, it should be listed or identified. Like if counselors are going to be claiming for expenses for a certain activity, that activity should be identified in this principle. So that's why, like, are we identifying meetings with individual constituents? Are we also identifying that expenses are paid for the counselor to attend drop-in sessions? And just the expenses, not the time.
I guess I look at it this way, each individual counselor is going to have that engagement with their own constituents in a different way. So I hold my drop-in sessions here because I feel it's important to have it during the day. If they feel that they need to get a hold of me, it's either I meet them at the Tim Hortons or something like that. I try and meet them halfway. For me to be going out to them, unless it's something visual that they want me to see, the culvert's plugged, for example, then I will, you know, charge mileage to do something like that. But I feel it's a two-way exchange. So I'm willing to sacrifice my time through my salary to be able to, you know, connect with those residents. And I think but I understand every counselor is gonna engage with their constituents in a different way. And I mean, I know Councillor Cermak and Gibson and Northcott are going to now go use the village office to connect with their residents a little bit more versus coming here, which I think is fantastic. It's whenever we can use the facilities that are available to us, I think that's always a great way to have these exchanges with our constituents. So, and I know Councillor Ratcliffe, you've driven out to the Discovery Centre or the Public Services Building for just drop-in, did you not? There you go. Yes, so there's always those opportunities to get out. So I guess the question in front of us is, are we fine with our drop-ins and constituents? I think that's the whole purpose why we set up these drop-in sessions, was so that we had something regular and sustainable and predictable as far as being able to see and have these conversations with us. And I think that's what it's there for. If we want to see them outside those, you know, at any other time, it's fine. But I think that was the whole reason why we set up the drop-in sessions, is so that we can manage a little bit of our extra personal time to say, you know what, I'd love to see you today, but I have my drop-in section next Friday. Can we meet then? Is it urgent, or can we do it then? And trying to, you know, stack our day, so to speak, because we're all got other commitments, yeah, that we have to do. So unless we're going outside the scope of drop-in sessions, which I understand some have larger wards to drive, and I get that, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, something that's equitable to all of us as well. We're not having to. I don't want to have to. What's the word? Micromanage. That's not what we want to do as councillors. We don't want to micromanage our remunerations. We want to trust that. So go ahead, Ms. Haight.
So then, for the travel and subsistence policy, in the principles section, item 1, does council wish to specifically identify meetings with individual constituents? Or is that last line there in item 1, other activities, would that encompass meetings with individual constituents and attending? Or does council wish to have it specifically identified that expenses are paid for individual meetings with constituents? Or does other activities encompass that?
Well, there could be other activities such as attending our community hall functions too. So how many multiple community halls do we have, or, our constituents' antique days, going to the, where you just flew, Councillor Ratcliffe, to the Red Deer Forestry Strip. There's opportunities to engage, and so that might be other in that identification, could it not? But are we, pardon me? I would think so. Yep. Do we need more time to think about this? Because I'm feeling a deadlock here, or are we needing a break? So go ahead, Councillor Light.
And from my perspective, I know that since I've sat in this chair, the honorarium, the salary rate has increased substantially to, I think, recognize those attendances to many community functions. I'm a little hesitant to leave that at the discretion of my fellow councillors, that, a social activity, we have to see the benefit. If you're there representing Clearwater County, if you're there to get response back on issues relating to your council duties, I can see a benefit there. If you're showing up for a pie auction or something, it's just because you would be there anyway. I have a different view on that than I would for those things that I think have been traditionally encapsulated within your supervision duties as a counselor. And I do believe, from my perspective, that we are now adequately compensated for those supervision duties that allow us to have a much more full calendar of events and not feel that we're taking away from our families. So I think that kind of thing we can leave to the discretion of councillors. But as far as extending every event into a remunerated, maybe meal compensated or mileage compensated, I think there has to be some area that we say no to and just leave it perhaps where it has been in the past and not expand that definition or perception.
For sure. So I guess I will also play the fact that this is also an opportunity to adjust these policies and in regards to coming in October, right? So if there's something that we want to, as lived-in experience, understanding that if there is gaps, to identify the gaps, or going forward, it's, I would imagine that we do a review for most of our salary and stuff like that. There is typically a review at some point in time within a term or two. So I would imagine that could happen in the next term. But I agree with you. If it's become an issue, maybe. But if not, I'm fine, happy to let sleeping dogs lie too. So what is the? Go ahead, Councillor Light.
One other, I know there within the document there was a table that kind of indicated those meal times, and there was a gap of 4 or more hours between each of those meals. I think it's seldom that we actually cover one of those gaps in a community or dealing with a ratepayer or part of our supervision duties, that you go an extended time frame of 4 or 5 hours an hour. Now, I know with Councillor Ratcliffe having the most distant hamlet in his division, I know he spends extra time traveling out there. Maybe there's some way to find a rationalization to that, but I don't think I wouldn't want Councillor Ratcliffe to bear ill tide, but people looking in and say he's charging for meals every time he goes to Nordig. I don't know if that's what we want to have the community feedback is. I think the idea of having remuneration is that you're fairly compensated for those expenses you incur while you're carrying out your supervision duties, one of them being mileage, and the other one being if you're away from home where you could have a meal, or that there's the opportunity if you're in that larger time range. And that's what I believe the intent of this could be or should be.
Yep, I agree with you. So, pardon me? Yeah, so where we land? I'm okay. I just would like, it's my turn. I would just like to take a 5-minute break. And welcome back. We just had a quick break. We have been discussing item 6.1.3, which is the draft policy revisions. And we were discussing in regards to drop-in sessions, counselor, constituent meetings, and as suggested, we could leave it under the policy under other. Looking for more, if there's, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah, just to try and bring this to a point. I think being specific is better than leaving it open to interpretation. And let's leave out the discussion of meals, but simply to cover mileage expenses to meet with the constituent. And that time, of course, is covered under the salary.
Okay.
I think that's what we were all talking about.
Yeah, I believe so too. Thank you. All right. Are there any other items? Go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mine was back in the first policy we discussed.
Okay.
Or if we're done with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. For me, the municipal training sessions, including service level reviews that are currently shown as in salary, I'd like to see that moved into per diem. I don't want anybody to not be incentivized to want to get more training and get better and do a better job just because it's potentially sitting in their salary. So I would like to see that be moved into the per diem rate. Strategic planning still is in the salary. Organizational meetings, our drop-in sessions, CAO meetings, our obviously regular scheduled council meetings, constituent meetings, all of those things are in our salary. I'd like to see the training sessions, says counselors, municipal orientation training sessions, including municipal service level reviews. I'd like to see that moved into per diem. I just don't want people not to want to do training just because it's sitting on our salary. The more training, the better. And of course, we bring that all up and do a motion for it anyway during the CAO report, so it can be tracked that way really easily. So I'd like to see that sit in per diem.
And discussion on that suggestion? Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Question, would that also include the provincial emergency management training?
That's a training session.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
I think it'd be great to have both of those moved down into there. As long as it's admissible with the rest of the team, of course.
Yep, we'll have some discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I agree. I do have another, it's on another topic, but for now I'll.
Councillor Ratcliffe, discussion on this?
Yes, just that the municipal orientation is mandated, I believe, maybe in the MGA. But that's nitpicking. And we have other things to do today.
Okay. Any other items? I agree. We can move that. I'm looking for a bit of, I've seen some head nods.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Northcott, got another item?
Yeah, just for, just a time frame for remuneration to be submitted. I don't know if we could incorporate that somewheres in here. I don't know, within 60 days or 90 days. You know, if a council member had an emergency or an unfortunate event or a family member that was sick or something, I mean, there are definitely reasonable grounds to extend that, but just to give consideration to the balance of council to, you know, have a shorter time frame to be able to review the remuneration statements so that it's not such an extended period.
Discussion on that? Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
That is addressed in the procedures that follow this policy. There is a section in procedures with a deadline date. I believe that submission is on the 10th of each month.
First week.
Yeah, yeah, it is addressed in the procedures.
Okay, Ms. Serhan?
I just had a question about moving the training into per diem. So that would come with a budget increase, so to do that for 2026? Or does this policy come into play? Like, when would this happen?
I'm going to go back then to ask this question to Councillor Melhoff. I agree with you that we need to keep encouraging, you know, the training that, are we going to put a monetary ceiling onto some of this training? Because I mean, you can go out and get training for $10,000 for 2 days, et cetera, or is it on a case-by-case basis, or how do you see the training aspect that you, on a per diem? Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, if it's those big, the $10,000 ones, those are all approved by council. They'll be in the CAO report. It's not like you're scheduling yourself on a whim and doing these. You're not doing these on your own. So I think that council's already approving those as we get, before they are signed up for and done, or at least that's historically how it's gotten done. This is not circumventing that. This is merely moving it from the salary position into the per diem rate. And with regards to Councillor Radcliffe's comment, like being municipal orientation is required, absolutely it is. It doesn't actually specify what that includes. So it doesn't say what, that can be a week-long course, that can be an hour-long course. You just have to have some type of municipal orientation. Now historically, we've all taken Munis 101, but that's actually not what's required. You just need to have some type of municipal orientation, unless I misinterpreted the MGA. But so I think that we just don't want to de-incentivize doing some type of training. I think that there's value to that, and I don't know how much it would actually impact our budget line, especially since we already pre-approved them anyway. So if it was something that was gonna vastly go above our budget, I am sure the CEO or yourself, Ms. Serhan, would be like, hey, hold on, you do not have a budget to bring in that trainer or whatever. Does that clarify?
Yep, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, so just a little more clarification, because if we're moving it into a per diem, every training class would therefore be an additional fee to that counselor. So if they did 1 week of training every month, that's a substantial amount of dollars that is getting paid out on top of their salary then. So I guess have the question of, again, clarification on, does that come into effect right away? And do we have an amount in mind that is the maximum, or do you have an amount in mind that you want to add to budget? If it's going to be in place right away, we would need to do a budget adjustment likely for 2025.
What is, looking for comments or in regards to this item? Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
Sorry, I would think it should start 2026, but then the new council gets kind of everything all in one, go at it, where I shouldn't say we plotted along as it is, so we've been fine the way it is, so I think this should be for 2026 and the new council.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'm fine either way. It can go into 2026 if that's what you prefer. I don't see this being a massive budget implication. I really don't. And we approve it anyway with the CAO, and then a budget adjustment could be needed. I don't know any of us that go and find week-long training courses anyway. I mean, we could. They get sent to us all the time, so we absolutely could. But even if we did, that would go through and be in the CEO's report as a request to then have a vote of council, and then if a budget adjustment is required at that point, Ms. Serhan can bring a budget adjustment forward. Like, I don't think it's as big of a issue as it's being represented, but if it goes into 2026, that's fine, but my recommendation at that point that it is effective October 20th of 2025, which is when the new council would start. So not January, it would be October 20th. That would be my suggestion, but yeah, absolutely. So, but I don't think it's as big of a issue as being made out.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, so I think like there's some training for a new council, like right off the bat in October. So there would probably be some impact there, depending, I guess, on whether currently it's included in I'd have to look and see if those things are included in the council salary or if they're being added as additional meetings and they're getting paid a per diem for them anyway. There would just need to be some analysis done and a number come up with, so, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have another issue if we're finished with this one.
I just want to make a comment in regards to Muni 101. When we were at the AV Munis conference last week, they did talk a lot about, of course, the upcoming election and, you know, the impacts of the new bills and, you know, that's coming on. I believe that as far as Muni 101, yes, it could be suggested that it's not necessarily through the EOEP, but I think that administration finds the biggest efficiency they can to get the biggest number of people through at the, you know, the most efficient, RMA at, you know, those particular times when we're at these conferences. So it's not to say that this is I'm going to this guy because he can make whatever it should be, whatever the municipal affairs has deemed approval, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are the umbrella for why we exist. Okay, go ahead. Do you have a comment to make on that one?
No, something different.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Ratcliffe, something different.
Thank you. Going back to page 2, the principles, or actually page 239, councillors will receive the same market adjustment approved for staff. Subsequently, the rates and council's procedure will be revised accordingly. This would seem to prevent council from, in times of recession or whatever, show solidarity by not taking an increase. Are we okay with that?
We have to, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bylaw. I know what you're going to say.
Well, we have to approve those changes that are done to staff as well. So then we can just simply not approve that or make a resolution excluding us from that change for that time period, is my understanding, unless I misinterpret. We can change that at any point. This just, the way that it's written right now just makes it so that it's not an extra step for them. They just include us at the same time as they're doing it with everybody else. But they still have to bring that to us every year. Like every December, it gets brought to us for decision. And if we don't want to make that change across the board, I simply think we can make a different motion. I could be wrong, happy to be corrected.
Well, I don't know that we can make that decision for staff. But I'm thinking.
We do.
Yes, but that they do not get that increase.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Okay. But we should be able to make a decision for staff and a different decision for council.
I think we just make a different motion. We just make that in the resolution. Okay. I think.
All right, this says
just say exclude us.
CO Emmons?
Thank you. So absolutely, Councillor Malhalf described it well. So this would be a guiding tool for administration. This is what we would be acting upon, because this then becomes direction. It does come to council. If council in its budget discussions decided that council wanted to be treated differently, or you would have that opportunity. But this is council directing staff on really creating that predictability, consistency.
Okay. So the words don't really matter.
Oh.
Not what I said.
No. Okay, do you have anything further on that one?
Not on that one.
Okay. Councillor Northcott, then.
So, just to confirm, is this council member remuneration policy is the effective date going to be January 1st, 2026?
At the start of the term?
Well, or did I misunderstand something? Like if we change the policy now, normally it becomes effective on the date that the policy is adopted or approved. But I thought I heard some discussion regarding budget, impacts to budget, and that maybe the policy should be effective January of 2026 for, because of the budget impacts, or did I hear incorrectly?
Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm comfortable either way. I think that if we approve it today, it can be effective today, because I think we can manage any budget implications with the way that the training sessions in particular, because since that was the question, was training sessions, we can manage that through administration, and they can bring it forward going, okay, hold on, like this is not in the budget, or we approve it anyway. Like he brings it forward in his CAO report, and if we feel that it's going to be an issue, we as council just simply say no. That just doesn't get passed as a training opportunity. I think it's fine to be now, but if it's more comfortable with the rest of council that we wait till October 21st, so be it. But it's probably easier that if it's approved now, it just gets implemented now, rather than having one that's approved that's gonna wait. It's probably less administratively burdensome if, once it's approved, it's in effect. And we just police the budget thing as we go.
Any comments on that for when it could come into, I think, go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
Sure, as I recall, and maybe I can be corrected in this, usually our remuneration revisions come into effect on January 1st of the year, not October, whatever, 20th or some random date in the middle of the year. It's usually January 1st if I remember them in the past. They may have been discussed as there would be an adjustment, but that didn't occur until the beginning of the calendar year. But, I mean, it can be anything, I guess. But.
Any discussion, comments on that? I want to make this as easy for administration as possible, and I guess I look at it this way. There'll still be some training opportunities through the CEO report, but as far as the per diem end of things, I'm fine with keeping everything as is, not to muddy the waters too much until then, and maybe it comes into effect as Councillor Lyon suggested, January 1st, because they have to be adjusted anyways. Make it a one and done deal, but make it clear during the orientation that come January 1st, there is the per diem for a training, but right now we can just rest as it is. Or is that too confusing, Ms. Haight?
I just want to know what date to put in there.
That's fair, that's fair.
Do I put today's date, or do I put effective January 1st, 2026? That's all I want to know. I'm hearing January 1st, 2026?
I see more nods for January.
Okay, thank you. And that's everything on the council member remuneration policy?
Yeah, I've got a few more.
Any other?
I've got some more here. So Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Lower on that same page, about market adjustments, there's definitions for community event. Mm-hmm. That seems very open to interpretation. Well, but I could go and watch a hockey tournament in Drayton Valley and be paid for it if you take this just at its face value. And I don't think that's right.
I believe we have a code for that. I believe the council will want to, as far as a community event, I find the way it's read, it is a broad definition, and I understand that. But I think when we talk during our verbal council reports at our council meetings, we're basically talking about our activities the 2 weeks prior, and we should be identifying, especially if it's going down on your remuneration report as well. It should be talked about at your verbal report at the council meetings, and we can question when we approve the remuneration as to whether we feel that that's, or have a conversation at that. The way it's read, I'm okay with that, but unless somebody wants to tighten it up, I'm open to suggestions. Councillor Meloff, do you have a suggestion?
Mine is something separate,
Something different?
sorry.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments on that particular clause? See, no more. Go ahead.
I can always argue, anyone can argue, that it says right here that I can take in a community event and be paid to do that.
I guess I look at this as we're either operating on good faith, and if not, then the codes come out and we can go with that. So to me, we govern ourselves, and yes, you can argue what you want, but at the end of the day, you still need consensus from this team to agree with you. that was value, that you brought value back, that you represented in such a way. Unless somebody else has a different comment, do you have a comment on that? Councillor Northcutt, go ahead.
Yes, there's two ways to look at it. If you're gonna go to a hockey game and just go there solely for a hockey game, probably not appropriate. However, if you were going there and you had the opportunity to network with, say, a minister or a premier or something like that, and have that ability to have an opportunity to lobby something for the benefit of the community, that might be a little bit different. You would be, possibly providing some positive improvements for community or something like that. But if it was just, hey, I'm gonna go watch a hockey game, probably not appropriate. That's my thoughts on it.
So case by case, and it can be defended.
Yeah, if there's a benefit to the community, and you can, yeah.
All right. Any more on that clause?
I guess not.
Okay. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you. One of the questions that Ms. Hay had asked was actually with regards to meal, the actual numbers, what we were gonna go with? Or did that already get cleared up and I blanked out?
No.
Okay, so my suggestion would be to go with CRA. Sorry?
The flat rate?
It says the 23 per meal to a maximum, which is, then there's a little line that says that's what CRA personal income tax expense.
Yep, that's,
I think that would be appropriate, and if that was the way that it was explained before, I think that fits, unless I'm.
And again, if I may just, there's 4 options: the flat rate, the federal government employee allowance, keep the rates as they currently are, or come up with a completely different set of amounts.
Like I said, I'm just suggesting that we go with the one that's already accepted by CRA. I think it'd be.
And that's only if a receipt is not attached.
Yeah.
It could be higher than that if you had a receipt for $30, right?
I think so. That's how it was explained during strategic planning.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. If the receipt is lost or damaged,
Yes.
individuals may claim expenses as per one of the 4 options that.
Yeah. I think that going with what's already approved by CRA, whether we agree with CRA or not is a completely different debate, but it's already been approved by somebody else above us.
Ms. Ryan? No, okay. All right. Any other
So
Discussion, go ahead.
flat review, flat rate it is?
A CRA.
CRA flat rate?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. The 23 and 69, 23 per meal, 69 a day.
When you go to the city, it's hard to get a 15% gratuity. We had Neil the other night, it was put right on the bill, and he came over and said there is an 18% on here, and that's what you're gonna pay.
There were 7 people at the table.
Yeah, and that is included, like, it's if the tipping is by choice, it's a maximum of 15%. If the tip has been automatically added to the bill, that tip amount will be paid in full.
I found it painful. I don't tip more than 10%. I'm cheap. It's gotta be exceptional service to give 15 or 18.
And just so that the effective date is as of today for the changes to this travel and subsistence policy.
Travel and subsistence can be effective today.
How does that affect the budget? That's what the
Yeah.
biggest concern was before.
It's gonna be huge.
Ms. Serhat?
Really, we don't use it at all.
Do you have a comment on this, Ms. Serhat?
Yes, so again, it's not for meals that you have a receipt for. This is, you know, for someone that doesn't have a receipt. So if they're going through Tim's drive-through and get a muffin and a coffee for $8, they can claim 23 with no receipt for breakfast.
No.
Yes.
I would count down in, at the last item, the last bullet, regarding incidental items, such as parking, beverages, excluding liquor, snacks, business communications, tips, gratuities. If the receipt is lost or damaged, travelers may claim expenses at a flat rate of $17.50 per day. And that's, again, as per the Government of Canada employee allowance.
So how do you differ between that and when you don't have a receipt for breakfast?
Yep.
I guess I'm not understanding the difference.
Not either.
So that's other than those 3 meals. Incidental items is other than the 3 meals. So $17.50 per day on top of the 3 meals for incidentals?
Well, again, if the receipt is lost or damaged,
Well, yeah, but
like otherwise, if they bought a coffee during the day, they would have to submit the receipt
no,
for
but
that
say
coffee.
for breakfast, I go through the drive-through and I buy a coffee and a muffin for my breakfast, but I don't have a receipt, so I get $23 for
Yeah.
my breakfast.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you're saying at coffee time, you can go get a coffee and a muffin and charge another $17.50 for coffee break?
Yep, that would fall, unless council wants to set a different amount or strike that entirely, not include incidentals.
It's not about the item though, it's about whether there's a receipt or not.
Mm-hmm.
So you can still, it's to put in place, the dollars replaced for things that you don't have a receipt for, or you've lost the receipt for. So anything that you have a receipt for without this policy, you can get reimbursed. It's not that you can't get reimbursed without this in there. This is just if your receipt is lost or you don't have a receipt for something. These are the dollar amounts you're gonna pay. And what happens when you put high amounts or higher amounts in these things, then it, you know, influences people not to have the receipt because it's higher than what you've spent. For meals and $17.50 for incidentals.
Yeah.
Without receipts. I just want to be clear that that's what the decision is. It's entirely up to council. I'm not saying that it's just, you can always get paid for whatever, reimbursed for whatever you've paid if you have a receipt. There's no dollar amount limit if you have a receipt. This is just if you don't have a receipt.
Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
And I want to just emphasize how I view this. I mean, that tells me I like to have a nice ribeye for a snack. I'm not going to submit a $40 or $50 or $60 receipt because I wanted to have a ribeye for a snack. But this tells me I should be submitting that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's a covenant I'm not willing to break with my community. That's what I'm not going to do. If I choose to have a $40 snack, I'm not going to submit a receipt for it.
But if you're somewhere where your meal costs you $45, you should be submitting a receipt and being reimbursed, because it shouldn't cost you money to eat at the conference or wherever you're having your training, right?
And I know that's why when this came around, previous discussion, that I suggested we need to review these numbers, because I know we regularly stay at the Westin in Edmonton, and you don't get breakfast there for $11. You don't even get a coffee there for $11.
No.
So, I mean, there had to be some rationalization of, what is coming out of your family's pockets in order to have you come and do community service in these. So I think this is good to have this discussion, but I don't want to have it bear criticism from the community that we're setting it up to live an opulent lifestyle while we're representing our community. I don't think I haven't seen that example before, and I don't know if we actually need to. I guess it comes down to what the balance of council feels about it.
It's either that or we set our own rates. And that's to me, it's either we follow a CRA, like we either follow something like that, or we just set our own rates. But again, these rates are in regards to if you don't have a receipt. And if you have a receipt and you're willing to submit it, then fine. That's the other option. Do you have something to comment on this, Councillor Northcott?
Oh, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't know you could submit receipts, so I was always at a loss for everything, but that's okay.
I just learned that at the strategic plan
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah, that's right. I don't see it being something that's used a lot. What if it was just the rates provided, but that's just it? There's no submission of receipts or anything. That's just it.
That's council's decision too.
Yeah, that's what
We do
that
that
is.
as
So
well.
that's what that is.
Okay.
Unless you got a receipt. If it's more, yeah.
Or you can say, this is just what we're paying, we're not considering your receipts at all.
That's right.
Like, so, I mean, that's council's decision too, any of those options, but, the way this is worded is that, this is if there's no receipt, and you can be reimbursed for whatever your receipt is above that amount, if your receipt is above that amount.
I just wonder if
And I'm not saying that that's wrong, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm good with the 23 per mil to a maximum of 69. That's what CRA is saying. I think that's fine.
So CRAs, yep.
CRA is
Yep.
23 per mil to a maximum of 69.
Yeah. And as far as the incidentals items, parking's always been one that's kind of been like out there, or taking a taxi or an Uber. So those are the incidentals. As far as the snacks,
Yeah, I'm good with that not being in there.
I'm,
but the taxi.
but the Uber, yeah, the taxi, the Uber, and the parking are the three that are really the most common. And I mean, at the end of the day, if we want to submit a receipt that maybe not be there, maybe it comes for consideration. I'd like to submit this receipt. Would council agree? You just never know. Bail for jail. Jail. Just kidding. Incidental, it's an incidental. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so, okay. Any other? Tracy, do you need anything more on that or want to review?
Just, I guess, effective upon adoption today, or January 1st, 2026, or? And also just wanting to confirm the 1750 for incidental flat rate, is that acceptable?
I want that, the only incidentals that I'd be willing to reimburse is for, like I say, parking, Uber, taxi. As far as everything else, I mean, but those receipts are usually submitted for those
Okay.
items. So we don't even need, so I would, in my opinion, I would strike that whole incidental.
As long as we can still submit for parking.
As long as we can still submit for a receipt, and as Rhonda's indicated, if we got a receipt, it's there.
Taxi and ride sharing, Uber, et cetera, that is in other transportation.
Okay.
And payment is based at cost. There's.
Then remove incidentals.
And
Pardon
I
me?
would,
Then I'm good with removing incidentals.
I would remove the
Completely removing incidental? Okay. Okay, and effective January 1st, 2026, or upon adoption today?
What is the will of the council? Go ahead, Councillor Mello, or, sorry, yeah, go ahead,
sorry.
and I'll go to.
Okay, thank you, Reeve. I'm good either way, today or January. My issue with pushing it to January, why not just bring it back for the new council to vote on then in November? Like, why are we making the decision at all then? If it's not subject till January, we've made some revisions that we think are appropriate, bring it back to the new council come November and have them do it. Because why did we do all of this if we're not actually implementing it? The new council should vote on it in November then. Theoretically.
So you're saying implement it today?
Implement it all today, or give this draft to the new team in November. And we can be, these are the changes we've made, you decide. Because otherwise we're making a decision for a new council come January. So either we implement all this today, or we bring it in November and the new council makes the decision. With the draft, like, the changes we made.
Councillor Gibson, we're gonna talk.
I've changed, well, not changed my mind, but I think, as of today then, because you're right, Jen, or Councillor Milhoff, that why are we deciding for them? So until January 1st, they abide by what we decided, and then January 1st, they can go ahead and make the appropriate changes. So I have changed my mind on some of those issues. Thank you.
So I do have a question for the balance of council. Is this something that we've implemented the changes? Can we make a motion to bring this back, like a clean draft? Can we bring this back as a clean draft to us before we make a motion?
Certainly.
I would feel more comfortable with that, just so that way it's a fresh set of eyes. I've had a few weeks.
So we made a lot of changes.
We made a lot of changes, so I guess that's where I would like to go, and we can have that, so. Bring it back to the next meeting or future meeting. Yeah, whenever you can.
Sure.
on your priority.
So just one more thing, under the accommodation expenses, it's just a little bit more specific wording was added, and also the flat rate fee. Again, if the receipt is lost or damaged, the traveler may claim a flat rate of $50 per night. And that would also apply to if the accommodation is private, non-commercial. So previously it was stated that alternately, councillor, staff, and committee members at large may receive $25 for accommodation unreceipted. So the change is to just tighten up that definition and saying that accommodation will be paid upon receipt. And if that receipt was lost or stolen, or if the person chose to use a private, non-commercial accommodation, the traveler may claim a flat rate of $50 per night. And the previous rate was 25.
Counselor Melhoff?
I think that's fine, I like that, and I also like the verbiage upon receipt, because then, right now, and maybe I've been doing this wrong too, so like, Ms. Saran's gonna look at me and be like, just so you know, for 3.5 years, that we can hand it in upon the receipt, like, we go to the conference, we've paid for accommodations, when we get back, we can give it to you, and then it doesn't sit on our credit card for a month and a half. That I like this, it's saying upon receipt rather than it having to go in with our remuneration statement, and therefore a week's worth of accommodations isn't, or 2 weeks or however long, isn't sitting on a credit card, potentially accruing interest. So unless I misinterpreted the upon receipt, is that saying we can submit them as soon as we get those receipts and they will be remunerated right away? So they're not sitting on our credit card, or will it wait for remuneration day?
I'm sorry. The correct wording is on submission of itemized receipt.
Isn't that the same thing? Or is that wrong?
On submission, I guess if you submit it immediately as a claim expense the day after you get home, or if you submit it attached to your remuneration statement. Either one. Normally, counselors are reimbursed according to their remuneration statement with expenses included. If council would like to have immediate reimbursement of expenses, that's a totally different, like there would be more revisions that would need to be made.
Ms. Sarhan?
There would, as far as from finance perspective, and I'm not speaking on behalf of legislative services, but it would just need to be submitted when you came in, and it would be included in the agenda, the next agenda package. It just wouldn't be on your monthly remuneration, but it could still be attached to that so that you could get paid, more timely. I'm not sure what the changes would be legislatively.
Yeah, there would have to be additional changes made to the policy and to the procedures to accommodate that.
Could there be an administrative discussion about something like that, what that might look like, and when you bring back a draft, perhaps we could have another conversation about that?
Sure.
Okay. That'd be good. Councillor Gibson?
Oh, no, sorry.
All right. Yeah, Councillor Melhoff, yeah.
Thank you, Reeve. Does the motion need to be to table or postpone this particular item until a draft can be brought back, or what does the motion need to look like?
If council so wishes, they could direct administration to draft additional amendments and bring back a final draft
At a later date.
at a later date, or you could name a date, whatever.
Okay, well then, I would be happy to make the motion that we direct administration to make the suggested amendments and bring back the drafts at a later date.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I just want to go way back to the to the timely submission of remuneration statements. I understand that it's the 10th of the month that the remuneration statements have to be submitted, but just for consideration for council to be able to review those statements so that you don't have 11 months of remuneration submitted in 1 month. That's what I'm trying to prevent. You know, I mean, if a councillor had a family emergency or something like that, yes, that's acceptable, but how do you prevent, 10 or 11 months of remuneration statements being submitted all at one time? It's really difficult to go back and review per diems and events and mileage and everything 10 or 11 months back. So that's what I'm asking for, a time frame or something like maybe 60 days or 90 days, I don't know. Might need a little bit of help on the wording, but that was my intent.
Yeah. There's nothing that can be done to prevent something like that happening. Like it was noted before that there are instructions in the procedures, council remuneration procedures, with the directions to submit the remuneration forms on the 10th of each month. If that's not done, there's no, it's not like there's a penalty involved. It's not like that there's, enforcement involved. It's just direction. And I don't know if there can be anything done about it.
So I suppose I could. I do have one more comment. In the event that during council remuneration reports, if that motion was defeated and council remuneration was not passed, what would result from that? Just
the motion that is traditionally made is that councillor remuneration statements are received for information. There is no, it's just a blanket statement, just saying that council did have their eyes on it, they looked at it, they're aware of the remuneration statement submitted. That's all that motion states. There's no direct action being taken as a result of that motion. There is no action in that motion.
okay, so maybe just the conversation here at this point in time, just saying that, hey, maybe council remuneration should be submitted in a timely manner, might be suffice for now.
That definitely is a conversation for council as to how they wish to move forward on that.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to bring back a draft at a future meeting. Any more comments, questions? Call the question, all those in favor? Thank you.
So I just wanted to make sure that the revisions to the councillor attendance at conferences, conventions, annual meetings, and professional development courses, if there was any comments or suggestions on that one?
I was fine with the list. I appreciate that. But as Councillor Malahoff has mentioned, anytime we're always bringing it up through the CO report, these conferences. So if there's anything new, that can always be brought. But those are typically the ones that we tend to all participate in. So I'm fine with that. What's been outlined. Unless someone else figures there's something missing on that one or would like to remove any, I think it's where we typically go anyway. I think you're good. And there's another opportunity again, I guess, between the now and when you think if there's something that somebody absolutely, I would suggest if there's something on the conference that is missing, email Tracy Lynn and she'll add it to the list and CC the balance of council and so that
Okay.
if that works.
Sure, and I'll bring the final draft back, please, with the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last one then.
Yep, it's so 6.1.4 is the drop-in session for policy 005, Councillor drop-in.
Anything?
I believe as indicated before, or as I said in the prior, this is an opportunity for our residents or ratepayers to understand a predictable calendar of when councillors are stacking their day, scheduling their day. So if they're adamant that they want to come and see Counselor Cermak or like one of us, or if any counselor will do, they can look up on the calendar and understand who's here at this office or at the village office. I mean, the communications team does a great job of putting out there on social media when we're doing these drop-in sessions, so. Is there, I'll let you add anything more you need to, for, in regards to this, Tracy Lynn? Is there something more that you would like to bring to our attention?
I just wanted to note that under the principles and guidelines, the second paragraph, sessions will be held regularly in municipal facilities. I do realize that some counselors go to various, like Nordic, for example, and to Caroline. Caroline is a municipal facility, and I would propose that in Nordic, they're held in a municipal facility because of insurance and liabilities and safe work practices and that kind, and maybe if Mr. Han wanted to comment on that, add to that. It's just saying a municipal facility, and that's just to protect the people, like the counselor and the people coming into that facility. So I agree.
Counselor Melhoff?
I was just gonna make a motion that we've reviewed the draft council drop-in policy and that we adopt it as presented.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? I 100% agree with municipal facilities. They did talk about that as well last week and that is, as councils, we should be, there was a little bit about, you know, the insurance and liability in what we do, so we should be, you know, we have these facilities open to us, and I think it's a good opportunity to meet there. So I agree with what's been outlined and what you have. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there any other comments or questions on what's been outlined? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would have to say that these drop-in sessions haven't been all that useful or as intended. It does let me catch up on some of their work with dedicated time, but I would not deny another councillor the ability to do it.
It's indicated, it is voluntary, yeah, it's indicated under principles and guidelines. Yeah, the council participation is voluntary, so. And again, we're all individuals. We're gonna deal with our constituents the way we would like to, so. All right, motion's on the floor, unless you have another comment? No, okay. Comment, I'll call the question. All those in favor? No, motion's carried.
And just confirm that was to adopt?
Yeah,
effective
as
today.
presented.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to reports. 7.1, CO report. CO Evans, please.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Council, so the March 11th, 2025 CO report. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta 2025 Spring Convention is going to take place March 17th to the 19th in Edmonton. Traditionally, council meets with various ministers, deputy ministers in person during the convention to advocate for the interests of rural Alberta and Clearwater County as a whole. Meetings have been arranged for council to meet with the following ministers: Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors, Minister Devin Dreeshen. Topic is Highway 1120. Minister of Tourism and Sport, Minister Joseph Scow. Topic there, West Country Development Nodes. Minister of Forestry and Parks would be Minister Todd Lowen. topics there, Fire Smart program, West Country Development Nodes, and the Outfitters legislation. A meeting with Minister of Environment and Protected Areas, Minister Rebecca Schulz, and Clearwater County's Reeve, CAO, and Public Works Infrastructure Director will take place to discuss Caroline Lagoon infrastructure. A request to meet with senior RCMP officers has been accepted and will also take place during the RMA convention. The 2024 to 25 Watershed Resilience and Restoration Program Grant. In late February, Clearwater County's Agriculture and Community Services Department was pleased to receive notice of the WRRP grant approval of $190,000 for the Caring of My Land project. This project is intended to assist agriculture producers by reducing the financial burden that comes with implementing beneficial management practices within their operations. The goal of the program is to help improve and/or protect upland and low-lying sensitive areas, making our watersheds more resilient to extreme weather events of flood and drought. The program promotes ongoing stewardship and preservation of our watersheds throughout the county and beyond. Residents who are interested in learning more or applying to be a part of the program can call or stop in the Ag Services building next door. Rocky Mountain House, McDonald's, VIP night. Clearwater County councillors have been invited to a private event for the ribbon cutting and grand reopening of the Rocky Mountain House McDonald's on March 28th of this year. Council attendance and remuneration requires council approval as per policy.
All right. Any questions or comments in regards to the CO report? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Did we have an opportunity to meet with the health minister? Or is it possible to arrange one?
I'm sorry, which minister?
The health minister.
No, they weren't on the list.
Okay. Just a recent meeting brought this to mind again. You know, that our community raised $1 million plus to get one of the best surgical suites in the province. Our local doctors group is investing millions into a new private medical building. And our community spends thousands every year to attract medical practitioners. And then we have thousands of people going out west to let off steam on long weekends. But our own surgeons cannot get privileges to use this new operating theater or perform emergency surgery for our residents and visitors. I just find this ongoing thing to be absurd. And you know, we need to raise this issue somehow towards a resolution.
Yep. I believe the ask, if I remember right, was we were going to ask at any point in time we would like to meet, but I've heard it's hard to meet with Minister LaGrange. So, but anyways. Go
So
ahead,
did-
Councillor Melhoff. No, Councillor Melhoff, and then go from there. Yep.
Oh, I just want, do I send an email out? Like,
We made a motion requesting a meeting with them last time.
Yeah. I believe it was at the beginning of February. I thought it was after Christmas, but yeah, no, that's fair.
Thank you so much for bringing this up. I literally had a meeting about this on the weekend because we've had 2 more physicians denied privileges here. So I very much appreciate you bringing this up, and I am hopeful that my council will help me on this one here. Because I would like to make a motion that Clearwater County request an independent investigation into AHS Central Medical Affairs and how they are doing privileging in rural Alberta. And we're requesting that from the government of Alberta.
That's a resolution.
Yep, as a motion that I would move that Clearwater County request that the government of Alberta do an independent investigation into AHS Central Medical Affairs and how they are doing privileging in rural Alberta hospitals.
So this would be a letter to the GOA. Okay, a letter to the GOA requesting an investigation. Okay, discussion on the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
Is this happening with just us, or is it happening with a lot of rural hospitals?
Predominantly us, and I believe, and many others do, that it's actually due to the proximity to Red Deer. The same person can get privileging to do the same surgeries in Drumheller, but not here. We had a surgeon ready to go, good to go, was making one request to be able to do a type of plastic surgery, and then denied all privileges. Like we need to be able to attract physicians into this community, and if they're continually denied privileges, we're never gonna get them here. We have lost now a handful of them just in the last several months because they can't get privileging. We need the government of Alberta to do an independent investigation into how AHS is doing the privileging, and it's Central Medical Affairs that does the privileging for here. And I don't know what else to do. This is the last stitch thing that I can think of. We have stood up at the mic and complained about this. I've complained about it here. We've done articles in the paper. We've written letters. We did a request to meet with her. I don't know what else to do other than that they need to do an independent investigation into Central Medical Affairs and the way that they are doing privileging in particularly the Rocky Mountain House Hospital, but in Central Alberta as a whole, because the discrepancies are appalling, and it is a detriment to particularly our community.
Thank you.
I would like to request that this be a joint letter then with the town of Rocky Mountain House, because if it's something that maybe would have maybe a stronger voice on that. So would you accept that friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100% agree.
So collaboration with the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Can you reach out to the acting mayor?
So Ratcliffe?
Comment how annoying it is that other people are benefiting from what our community has built, and our community can't. And I hope that B94 and the Mountaineer are watching and they put this rant on the front page. And I will support the motion, if you hadn't guessed.
Any discussion on the motion? I only want to caution that we are dipping our toe into what is the province's job, and I understand that we have been knocking this door quite heavily. I guess I look at this as this is the last, we're at the end of the rope. So it's either, in order to do the letter with the town of Rocky Mountain House, it would have to be, if we pass this motion, then it would probably have to go to their council to approve that. It would administration to administration, should this happen, to request the town of Rocky Mountain, or would that be a separate motion to request the town of Rocky Mountain House to do a joint letter? Separate motion? Or together? I'm looking at you.
It could be a separate motion requesting council, like town council, to join in these efforts.
Yeah. I guess I don't want to pigeonhole them into joining us. It's up to them whether they choose to or not. I think that's fair. I mean, sometimes we know that it's amicable to be able to say, yeah, we think they feel the same way we do, but at the end of the day, I don't want to assume that they are.
Right. No, of course, it's the, nice thing to do. I do have a question. I know that the the College of Physicians is the one that gives accreditations for physicians to conduct operations in various hospitals and centers, and that those accreditations are given based on what is available in that hospital. It has to be the right staff, has to be the right equipment. There's a lot of criteria that has to be met before they allow that surgeon to conduct those surgeries. And if that hospital is not capable of meeting that criteria, then unfortunately the surgeon cannot operate. So I'm just double checking, is that still a standard today? And has there been information learned that this surgeons that would like to operate in Rocky Mountain Hospital, like, do we know for certain that they're not being allowed because the hospital doesn't have the criteria to meet that surgical procedure? Just wanting to
Councillor Mello?
clarify.
Thank you, Reeve. Great question, because they're two different things, right? So absolutely, we can't perform neurosurgery here in Rocky Mountain House. We don't have the staff, the equipment. We just don't have the servicing to be able to do that. However, we do have the servicing to be able to do many of the same things that they do in Bonnyville, that they do in Stettler, that they do in Pincher Creek, that they do in many other facilities, because we have the exact same standard of care, we have the exact same equipment, and yet are being given different privileging than those places. So physicians and surgeons give people their accreditation and their license. Central Medical Affairs gives them privileging within the hospitals. So they're two different entities providing two different things. So Central Medical Affairs is giving different privileges that are the same service level in this hospital, but yet getting a different privileging here than they're getting in Stettler, than they're getting in Drumheller, than they're getting with, and I understand that some surgeries you need CTs and MRIs and all of those things, but there's some that you absolutely do not, and we cannot get our physicians' privileges there to do those things. So, and I have direct examples, we have all of that. I didn't want to put that on open air, but I have names, I have examples, I have the lists of their privileging, and I have the list of the matching privileging that they were given outside of this zone. Okay. So, which is...
that would be helpful.
Yeah, would it be fair to say that this has been through your health engagement team committee? Okay.
Absolutely. It's, well, and others, but it's a frustrating cycle.
Okay. All right. So the motion's on the floor to request an independent investigation of the Central Medical Affairs privileging, and that will be one motion, and then a second motion would be to ask the town of Rocky Mountain House if they would like to collaborate on a joint letter. So first motion is for the letter. Any more comments or questions on that? Okay. Councillor Northcott.
The Alberta government did say this is a lobby effort to try and improve the healthcare system here in our local region, so I'll support it that way. They might not listen to us, but at least it is an effort to try and lobby them for improvements.
Okay. No more lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, team. I'm really hoping that this can go do something anyway. I do have a question on the CRO report, if that's still appropriate.
I think we want a second motion in
Oh,
regards to...
right, second motion to include the town of to request inclusion of the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Yep.
In that effort, sorry, thank you.
Yes.
And then I'll ask my questions.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor to request the town of Rocky Mountain, or ask the town if they would like to collaborate in a joint letter, this joint letter. Any other comments? Okay, call everybody, or sorry, all those in favor? Then that's carried. Councillor Mello.
Sorry, thank you.
No, that's good.
in your CAO report, there wasn't anything on, but yet there's been a lot of emails with regards to the solar installation in Caroline. I'm curious if you could provide us with an update.
So I did forward out an email to council, providing that update. The solar project, of course, Clearwater County is not the authority over that. There is higher levels of government that actually supersede Clearwater County. We really, other than a referral, have a limited role within that because it was well in process before Caroline became part of the new Clearwater County. So I don't know how deep you want me to go, Councillor Malath, but we really have a limited scope there.
Supplementary?
Yes.
So there's 30 days between when the AUC approves to when you can put in an appeal into that, into their world. So it was approved on February 28th by the AUC. So we would have, if we were wanting to appeal that in some way, now that we are the development authority, because we weren't at the time, so we didn't really have any standing because we weren't the authority. We are the authority now, which I believe actually gives us an appeal standing using rule number 016, as there's been enough change within that community, i.e. the village themselves no longer exists, to justify the AUC looking at this particular application again. I don't believe that they fully looked into the fire services and the response that they can or cannot provide, i.e. our fire service typically does not provide industrial fire suppression. That is typically farmed out through an ERP, whereas the AUC is considering our fire service, which is a direct impact on Clearwater County, which was not considered during the application. Further to that, Pincher Creek, the county stepped in and was actually able to have them rehear an application. So I bring this forward because the appeal window is extremely small, and I believe that if we don't do something, the residents in that community, we're getting off on the wrong foot with those residents, as I get nothing but emails saying Clearwater County has to do something because we didn't step in during the actual approval process. And now that we are going to be the ones responsible for, and the development authority, we should dig in a little bit closer and actually make a decision of whether this council supports this or not.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Shouldn't that project have, because of the amalgamation or the ongoing amalgamation agreement, shouldn't something of that magnitude have been paused during that process? Just as grounds for an appeal.
It wasn't our authority at that time, Councillor Radcliffe, so that's difficult for me to truly answer. There was quite a lengthy pause in the process, as I recall the timing, because it wasn't our project, our item. But the provincial freeze, from my memory, put quite a delay into that process at the time.
Okay, but it is placing a burden on our municipality. And for that reason, you know, it should not have progressed, in my opinion.
Any other comments or questions? I know for myself, I understand the window is short, and yes, we're getting emails since the decision was made. I have a question in regards to capacity, because really and truthfully, this is something that would have to be farmed out, in my opinion. This is not necessarily something that, because as COMs has indicated, we haven't been robust in that whole, because it hasn't been part of Clearwater County. Now that it has been for approximately, 80 days. We're at a different point, because this process is, I mean, there was an article that this has started in 2018, so this is not new to us. Or, we've been hearing about it since then, but again, it's, we don't put our finger in another person's municipality up until maybe 80 days ago, but I'm just worried about capacity, because at the end of the day, this is something that will be costing our municipality, which it is still Caroline, more expense. And how far are we gonna go on this, other than, like you've mentioned, my only background as far as appeals, it's on the process of all this, so I'm not quite convinced, so go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Well, and I don't, thank you, Reeve, and I don't disagree with capacity, but this is our only opportunity. It's either we agree as a council or not. You may all disagree with me, but we agree as a council that we need to do an appeal, or we accept whatever comes of having that installation within now one of our hamlets, and all of the consequences that go with that, the impact on our stormwater plan, the impact on the future growth in that community. It's my understanding there's water and wastewater stubs at that, what was originally future residential use area. That infrastructure is then lost, because they're not going to put residential with a solar installation. So that infrastructure that was built, now gone. The impact on our fire services, the impact on that community in general. So now that it's our responsibility, I think now's the time where we have to decide, are we going to do anything, or are we accepting the consequences that goes with allowing that to continue forward? And we may lose, like we may, again, AUC does what AUC wants, just like AER does what AER wants. But if we do nothing, then we are accepting it. And that may be the will of council. I'm merely asking the question. And if it is more appropriate that we bring it forward at our next council meeting, where after administration can do a deeper dive into this, I'm fine with that too, but then the window's even smaller if we do want to do something.
I'm gonna go back to my capacity comment. So if we're putting it on the plate, what are we taking off? Because we keep stacking the plate, and the pancakes are stack is getting higher and higher. And so I guess that's where I'm at. If this is urgent and imminent, and this council wants to look at this appeal, what are we taking off? Because they are human, and so that's where I'm at. So where are our priorities? And I'm okay with having a look at it, but this needs to be, I don't want administration to feel beholden to say, oh, if this is more your priority and we'll do this, then we're taking something else that we think is a higher priority. So I would like that cold set of eyes for them to have that conversation. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Alrighty. Note with the significance of this project, I have had a lot of residents contact me as well. So from my opinion, this would be a little bit higher up on the level of priorities. And now that the amalgamation has happened, I think would be appropriate. There could be an opportunity for a short, simple letter to the AUC and maybe the appropriate minister to request and consider an extension for the appeal possibly. But there really should be consideration now given to a new municipality after amalgamation.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Well done. Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to see what our Caroline councillors are hearing from the community. What are the people wanting in respect to this? You're more qualified to answer those than I am.
Councillor Gibson.
You already did.
I've been approached by the organization that appealed it in the first place. They are very upset that it is going through. And I originally, when the vote came up to whether we were going to approve it or not, I suggested that we approve it. It was something that was going to be a good thing for our community, or at least we thought it was. AUC put it on hold. We contacted AUC and they said, well, we don't know if we're gonna pick it up or not. So basically for us at Caroline, we thought it was dead. Then the AUC picked it up and they said, oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead with it. Meanwhile, the company that we had originally doing it, they'd run into trouble at another location, so we thought, okay, fine. I guess it's me being naive, thinking that they would just drop it off. So now I'm caught between a rock and a hard place on where I sit with it.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, there's been lots of talk in the town about this, and most of them do not want it. If there's any way that we can send in a letter saying that we would like to have it looked at, because the municipality is brand new, 80 days old, if we could get an extension for 30, 60 days, and then we could have time for our administration to look at it and see what we can do. Because I think we should do something instead of just agreeing with what the AUC has said.
Councillor Melham?
Thank you, Reeve. It's my understanding that because it's now been approved, we only have these 30 days. And it's Rule 016, I'm just looking at the AUC here. And that's what's being used for parties to request a review of a decision. And Section 3, subsection 3 of that rule states an application for review of a decision must be filed within that 30 days of the issuance of that decision. So I don't know that we have a ton of options to extend that appeal window. I think we need to make a decision of whether we are willing to put an appeal or not. Unless our administration is able to find something that I have not, that's what I've been able to find as our options. We didn't step in before because it wasn't our place, it wasn't our municipality. But I think it's worth us getting as much information as we can to determine if we feel that it's still right for the now amalgamated community. The difference is, do we do it now or do we have it all compiled for the next meeting and then the window's even shorter?
There's RMA.
But they're an arm's length from the province, remember?
Yeah, the ministers don't have any control over the AUC.
Maybe
or very little.
Maybe the Premier does.
Maybe.
Councillor Eckler.
Thank you. The work to put together a request for a review, would that be mostly a legal function? Or would there be a lot of legwork required from our staff?
I would suspect, and this is without having had a chance to talk with planning and planning's director and to just gauge their workload. But I would recommend that if council were to motion to, move forward with an appeal, that it go directly to legal services and have legal handle that workload. And consequently, of course, it would impact budgets, contract services amount. I have no idea how much it would cost for the application to appeal, but because I would recommend that it goes straight to legal. It wouldn't be cheap. But I think in this particular case, because of the issues, my recommendation is that it's definitely hired by legal. And I don't know. Yeah.
I would concur with that, also from the standpoint that when Caroline was going through the application process, we had engaged our legal team to put in an initial letter expressing concern so that at least we're on record. Clearwater County is on record expressing the concerns from a firefighter perspective and other safety components. So they're engaged at the start anyway.
Okay. Further?
Not sure where to go next. My thinking is that we contact one of our legal firms to see if they have someone who has done this kind of review application and kind of get an idea of what the costs would be so that we have something to talk about. But that still means we have to make a decision to move quickly. So, other ideas?
Councillor Milham?
Thank you, Reeve. It's my understanding in watching the AUC hearings that they actually were using our letters as a positive. For example, our letters from the planning department saying that there was no conflicts. Granted, we understand that there's no conflict, that meant that there's no conflicts within the IDP area, within our LUB and within our municipal development plan. That's not how it was portrayed in those hearings. It was portrayed that Clearwater County is good with this. Well, Clearwater County never did a vote saying how we felt about it at all, but that's not how it was portrayed in the AUC. So I would like to see us move forward. We need to move quickly. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and make a motion that as per Rule 016, that we request a review of the decision regarding the Caroline solar installation.
Okay. Looking for comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Northcott?
Just to be clear, so it's a request for a review of the application? Is that right?
So the way that it's written, sorry Reeve, if I may, the way that it's written on the AUC is that Rule 016 is used for parties to request a review of a decision by the AUC. That's the only thing that I can find for doing that. So you, as a municipality, we can request, well, as anybody, you can request a review of a decision. And the merit is based on what information that the AUC may not have had in order to make an appropriate decision. But that's just what I've been able to find. I'm sure that administration doing deeper dives and being more adept at that than me may be able to find something different, but I definitely think that we need to move on this.
Looking to the balance of council, if there's any other comments or questions on the motion. Councillor Cermak?
So, Councillor Milhoff, do we have to put in why we want this to be looked at? Do we have to put in reasons? And it's fire that you're talking about?
Based on what I'm reading, yes, we need to put in reasons based on what I've read. But I believe that Ms. Haight and Councillor Ratcliffe are right. We need to engage our legal and then they can come back and give us more information. I'm suggesting that things like fire services were not fully considered. And things like the infrastructure that, it's my understanding, because was originally zoned residential, the village would have had the forethought at the time to put stubs for sewer and water for that future growth. Those are then lost if that's a solar installation. Like the stubs that were put there, that infrastructure is then lost because it's not going to be residential, right? Now, I could be wrong on all of those accounts because it wasn't our municipality. So, but we don't have time now to dig into it because we have, the clock's a ticking before this is just a completely done deal and we have to accept then whatever negative consequences come from that. Whether it's fire services, stormwater management plan, the loss of the infrastructure, having sheep and goats within one of our hamlets that then is no longer compliant with our animal control bylaw because we don't typically allow sheep and goats within our hamlets, but if this goes through, we will be. So because we weren't considered as part of the decision because it wasn't our municipality, we don't have any of that information and we are now out of time. So I think our only option is to request a review of the decision.
Counselor Gibson?
The houses can't go, only 3 houses can be built there, if that, because of a sour gas line running through. So that is why it was chosen that that was a suitable place, because nothing else could go there except the 3 houses, if that.
Okay. Counselor Northcott?
Just for the, as the motion is, so request a review of the AUC's decision. Who would do the review?
They do. We request a review of their decision and they do it.
I just wanted to get clarity, because that, you know, if it's maybe Larry or.
But that's based on my understanding and my dive into this. I'm sure they will, the administration can do a better dive than me.
So it'd be requested the AUC reviewed the decision.
Okay. Counselor Lougheed?
Just so it's clear in my mind, this is actually creating an appeal, or is this finding more information on what legal will say about creating a review or an appeal or whatever? Or are we moving forward on this? I don't want us to go in naively in something we know nothing about. I know this is a very sensitive topic to the community. It's sensitive not only to the people that support these things in the community, but the people that are concerned with the things. So I think we need to have done our due diligence perhaps before this time. This is an 11th hour kind of, what you're saying is it's an 11th hour Hail Mary, faint hope kind of thing. I don't want to create action that's going to cost our community a lot of money for a faint hope. I wish we went in it better advised. I'm not sure my cloud of feelings around the AUC is that is a very difficult organization or tough nut to crack. They kind of run their own course, and I think we could be up against a substantial, lengthy appeal if that goes through the legal system. And I know that those can be very expensive. So not that we haven't had the feedback from our community. This is an important subject and we want to be involved. I've heard that all the way along the line. I'm just not sure if we're at the point that we can do that other than this last hope process.
Counselor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. And I don't disagree with you. I was hoping that we would be involved all the way along, but we were not. In fact, we were advised all the way along that they're a separate municipality and we need to stay out of it. Every time we tried to poke our nose into it, we were advised not to. So now it is our municipality, and we can either choose to let it continue on and then have the community that has been reaching out to us so much telling us, do something, please help us. We can say, nope, we chose not to. Or we can do something or try to do something or have our legal tell us, nope, you can't do anything, or yes, you can. Like, I just don't want to sit back and do nothing now that that community is our responsibility when we're being begged to do something, or at least I'm being begged to do something. Maybe the rest of you are not, but.
Counselor Lougheed?
I'm, again, taking a position in a debate where I'm trying to express some of those feelings that have been shared to me. We are a business-ready community too. This is a business wishing to invest in the community as well. So it does, although we know this is sensitive to the community, it does push back a little bit on anti-business, anti-investment. So I think we have to tread carefully here that we're not only listening to one voice, that we're trying to bring all those voices together and make the best possible choice for our community moving forward.
Thank you. I've had a little bit of, a few minutes here to think, and although I would like to, I know it's the 11th hour, I believe this needs to come back and let administration find out a little bit more information for us, because I agree. What are we doing? What are we kickstarting? If we're kickstarting that we're gonna have lawyers hired for the next 2 years to fight this, that's not the road I intend to go. So to me, I would like to have an opportunity for administration to bring back what that process would look like. Yes, talk to legal, figure out what that would look like. If it does, the review does create a, reversal, look into what happened at Pincher Creek, and gives an opportunity to lobby the minister next week, if at RMA, maybe find some information there too, and bring it back to the March 25th meeting. Yes, it is on a few more days after that, but I don't know. It's like I'm going into a dark room that I don't know if the floor is there or if there's another door or what. So I guess for me, I'd be okay with more information on this and bring it back to the March 25th meeting. Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, a lot of really good points. Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's just you, Councillor Malhap, that have had residents concerned about the project for that solar infrastructure that is proposed there. There's the probability of winning an appeal. I don't know how many appeals have ever won in Clearwater County for the subdivision appeal board, but so the probability of winning is, I'm not sure of that, and also I'm not sure what the threshold would be to the community for the value of the amount of funding that they'd be willing to spend on. I don't know if everybody would be okay with $5,000 or $500,000 on legal costs, or $1 million. I don't know. I have no idea what would be acceptable to the public for that dollar value to enter into an appeal, and then so I'd really have to find that out. I don't know that part.
Councillor Light?
Thank you, and I know that there were a number of avenues for appeal that were brought forward, and those may be very valid to move forward. But you also have to realize that that may not stop the project. If you have considerations around reclamation that are outside, or you have considerations around fire control, if they can meet those concerns, then I sense the community in many ways wants the project stopped or stalled, but what we put forward is things that would be of concern to Clearwater County as a municipality. So, things that have been mentioned, fire, reclamation, those kinds of things. The applicant may very well have good solutions for those or be willing to put solutions there. Then what do you do? Do you keep appealing on something else? And so I don't want to give that giant hope to the community that as a municipality, we can stop this project. We can bring forward the concerns that maybe haven't been addressed so far with the application. But I still think at the 11th hour, that's a relatively faint hope, but I guess it's always worth a try.
Okay. So I kind of squirreled off onto a different subject that wasn't on our deal, but thank you for the question. Councillor Malhoff has made the motion to request a review for the application under Rule 016. Would you accept a friendly amendment to bring back to collect more information about that, and then, or are you just wanting them to go? Because I would like more information before I would like administration to gather some more information for us for the 25th. That's where I'm comfortable, but if
When I would love that as well, but then if we all say, absolutely, we need to go forward, you talk about the capacity. Do they have the capacity to put an appeal in 4 days then? Right,
but they're gathering information anyway.
Because if it's coming in, if we're saying that we don't want to make a decision until we get more information, and our next meeting is what, the 24th?
25th.
The 25th, so 3 days? Well, if we say, yes, we want you to go forward with the request for decision directly to the AUC, can that get done then in that 3-day period? Because if it can't, we need to do it now, in my opinion. So that's more of an administrative question than I get. If you have the capacity to do it in that 3 days, if we determine at the next council meeting that we want you to pull the pin and do it, do you have the capacity to do that in 3 days then?
CEO Emmons?
And I'd love to answer that directly, and you're not going to be happy with my answer. We farm this out to legal, and I have no control over their 3-day schedule. And I know that sounds blunt, but I don't want to mislead council in any way. That would be a tall ask.
So my question then to you, CEO Emmons, is should we ask for some more information gathering on this consultation with legal to, you know, to review what has been presented. There, legal could come, you could come back on the 25th, I don't know, with this answer and just say, you know, there really is no opportunity to do this because they've already gone over our concerns. And then we could pull the pin right there on the 25th and not have to go, you know, we spent a little bit of money, but to go through that legal process, but understanding that it's a faint hope, as Councillor Lougheed has indicated.
My thought for council's consideration would be frame it in the context of something like let administration reach out to legal. We've involved them in, not the correspondence that Councillor Malaf was talking about, but a separate letter stating our concerns. Let's have, administration will have that conversation with legal. If there's any merit whatsoever, I would have permission to pull the pin and get the draft letter of review, request for review, drafted up to bring back that on the 25th for council's review. If there is the feeling that there is absolutely negligible or no hope, that could be corresponded in email between now and then, and go from there.
Okay. Councillor Shermack?
So you could give us an email either way before the 25th.
Yeah.
To council, because I just hate to see our residents out there fighting for this and for themselves. And we're sitting back saying, well, there's nothing we can do. And really, there is something we can do. We can say we want an appeal. Maybe we don't have good grounds for an appeal, but at least we can say that. As a new municipality, 80 days old only, or how many days we are. Because I know that the MDA and the IDA said that the development in Caroline was going to go west and south, never north. Or at least that's the information I've been given by town council there. So I don't know why you're being told that they've been stubbed off for services down there. I was under the impression it never was because of the sour gas that was so close. But Dusty Fate does have a name of a person that is related with that pipeline that said it is not sour anymore and it never will be again. She has said that. So it is a great place for it. All the people that I talked to, the 118 that came out to one meeting, said they're not against it, they just don't like the location. And the county does have land where it could go.
Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve and Deputy Reeve Cermak. The reason I'm saying that I was told that I was understanding that there's residential services in there is because it recognizes that as a future for residential development. If it's not developable, why did the village of the time zone it residential to be ready for development? Why would they do that?
I don't think it was ever done residential.
For future growth of that hamlet, it was showing that that was future residential growth. So why would it ever be zoned that way if they could never build something there? So all of that is, we need to get more information. I absolutely agree. I just don't want us to miss the window. If the information comes back that says this is detrimental in this location, now that Clearwater County is able to look at it from our development rules and standpoints and all of those things, and then we've missed the window. I just don't want us to miss it because it's only 30 days. It's all we've got. Unless there's something else that I don't know about.
I can't see us racking up more than a few $1,000s worth of legal time in 30 days. Maybe in the outside 10 grand. I mean, because it's gonna pick up the rest.
I would offer Councillor Cermak, it's not just the initial start, it's if we get this ball rolling, it's the continuation. Because it's not just gonna be, they review it and change their mind. It could open up the whole application again, and this could be a year-long
Yeah,
process.
for sure.
And
But
it's
I mean,
more
if
than
it-
$10,000.
But if it comes to the fact that no, they won't look at our appeal, then it's over.
I agree. But
At least we tried.
But knowing that, we could crack Pandora's box and away we go, so.
Yeah, well, that happens in life. You open Pandora's box and she gets out.
There you go.
I'm willing to take the chance on it. Just to protect our residents that we've just recently required.
Janet, can I ask you to, please reread the motion that you have?
That was not the same motion. That council direct administration to engage legal counsel to review section 016 of the AUC decision and request a review of the Caroline solar installation.
Any comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Radcliffe?
I like the suggestion that Chief Emmons made as being cautious yet expedient to feel out what would be involved and from experience what our chances would be of success. And be advised by email.
Something's in there. Excuse me. Okay.
I think that motion covers the basis of what that.
Okay.
Understand that? Good.
Motion's on the floor. I'll call the question. If there's no further comments, all in favor? That motion's carried. Oh, man, I'm in a sneezing fit here. Okay, motion's carried. Moving on in our agenda. We have item 7.2, the RCMP Community Report. Any comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Meloff makes the motion. Did you have a comment, question?
Yes, thank you. Just looking at the letter from Staff Sergeant Lessick, talking about this real-time operations center, which is apparently something new they're trying. It would be, centralization doesn't always work out, so it'd be useful to, in a future report, get some feedback on the benefits, how well that program's been working.
Maybe that's a request to have all the delegation.
Yeah.
Further comments or questions on that report? All those in favor? Carried. 7.3 is the Rocky Mountain House 5-year crime statistics. Yeah, depends on the weather, cold, warm. Go ahead, Councillor, or go ahead, CEO Evans.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just now that we're off the Caroline Solar agenda, back to the CAO report, the final item. Council never did take a motion whether or not remuneration for the McDonald's invitation for the VIP night.
Thank you for herding us cats back to the agenda. Okay. Councillor Meloff makes the motion for Councillor remuneration for approval. Any comments on that?
to go to the Ronald McDonald's private event. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay.
In favor.
Yeah, I said in favor, okay. I had two against, I seen this, is that a, yeah, okay, sorry.
One way or the other, but, yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, thank you.
What time of night is that?
5 to 7:30 at night? It's their grand reopening, they're doing a renovation. All right, and then I guess we would need a motion to accept the CEO report as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Cermak makes the motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now moving on to 7.3, the 5-year crime statistics report. If there's no comments, I'll look for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Ratcliffe? All those in favor? That's carried. Broadband project update report for January 2025. We have a broadband committee meeting tomorrow. I'm looking for a motion to accept the report. Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Okay. Item 7.5, the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing. Oh, sorry, Councillor Melhoff, did we miss your light there?
That's okay. I was gonna just comment on the broadband thing as well, since we do, I do have many questions, but we have a broadband meeting tomorrow, so
Yep.
I think that I can ask them there.
Okay.
But I also was gonna suggest, because we do have a hard stop at 4:45, because we have a meeting with Wild Rose School Division, that perhaps for our counselor verbal reports, if we can push all of like our reports into the next meeting, we can get through our closed session potentially still before our hard stop, before the Wild Rose School Division meeting. I don't know if everybody would be copacetic to that, but I think that could work unless people don't agree.
Okay, when we get there, I'll ask you to make that motion to table it to the next meeting. 7.5 is the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing for February 2025. Any comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just wanted to comment that the visitor stats, the traffic stats are way down, and it is, I'm sure, partially due to the runway being closed while the lights were being upgraded. And the new lights are great, and I will make the motion to accept this report.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor remuneration reports. Going through our remuneration. Any concerns, comments? Not looking for a motion to approve the remuneration. Councillor Lougheed makes that motion. All those in favor? It's carried. 7.7, verbal council reports. Councillor Melloff.
In the interest of time, I just would respectfully request and make the motion to move our, this session's councillor reports to the next council meeting, simply because we do have a hard stop with Wild Rose School Division meeting.
Yes. And I would also offer a suggestion, if there's something that we want to share with the balance of council before that March 25th meeting, please do the common email and share with your fellow councillors. So, so a motion to table verbal reports from Councillor Melhoff. All in favor?
Yeah.
Or did you have a question? Sorry.
No, all in favor.
Oh, thank you.
That's what we were doing.
Yes, you bet. No, you, right on. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Correspondence. There are a couple letters from Minister McIver and also the Rural Alberta Workforce Development for high school students. I'm the one that submitted the one for the Alberta Workforce Development for high school students. I actually passed it on to Michelle Metheringham from the chamber. She was going to look more into that as well, because she's doing a job fair on this coming Thursday. So she was going to look more into it and
and let me know if this was something that would be worthwhile, because she felt it was more in her capacity, but whatever, that was my conversation with her last week, so. Counselor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think there'd be value in getting some more information on this and see how much different it is by the RAP program, because I don't know enough about it to know how it works. So if we're leaving it with Michelle for now, that's great. But I don't know if it would hurt. He did suggest that he'd be willing to meet with us, and maybe there's an opportunity there to get some more information through a meeting with the individual.
And that's the other thing too, because it's through the high schools, it could be an opportunity to just bring it up with or slip it to the Wild Rose School Division this evening as well too. So. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
To have a joint meeting with the school division in the town.
Like tonight?
Like tonight, no, but with this group. I don't think we can squeeze it in tonight.
Okay, that's fair.
Anyway, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
That's terrific.
Yep. All right, looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Okay.
I will make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I highlighted a line that's sort of saying our municipal partners are integral to our work, in case no one believed it.
Okay, motion to accept correspondence for information. All those in favor? That's carried. No notices of motion. We're now at closed session, so looking for a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And the motion's carried. thank you. We're back from closed session. Counselor Cermak's gonna make a motion to go past 4:30.
Yes.
Okay, motion by Counselor Cermak to go past 4:30. All in favor? Carried. We have to get that one. All right, so there is a motion coming out of the closed session. And if one of the counselors wants to make the motion, I will go from Counselor Melhoff. Lights
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Okay. All right, I will make the motion that council approve the 2025 capital budget adjustment for the old unit 604 to increase the 2005 expenditure amount for 65,000 and to increase the transfers from the fire training restricted surplus by 65,000 in order to keep the old aerial 604 unit as the training center truck / secondary response apparatus. Any comments or questions on the comment? Oh, Counselor, no more light. Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I fully support keeping the 604 unit in the fleet. It is vital piece of equipment. Secondary units are extremely important and not always guaranteed, whether it's from mutual aid agreements with Drayton Valley or Sylvan Lake, et cetera. However, I will not support paying for a apparatus that is already within the regional fire service. I think that we should go back to ICC and negotiate with the town.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? See no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. All right, now back through the end of the council meeting. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Okay, Counselor Surma, or Counselor Northcott, all those in favor? That's carried, thank you.